Peace, peace, peace. Peace, peoples. How we doing? Can you guys hear me well? Can you guys hear me well first? Am I even live yet? Go on, people, tell me something. You can hear me, yeah? Loud and clear. All right, thank you. Good to see you all. We're here again. Another episode. Let me bring up Iron first. Good to see you all. Salam, all of you. Salam. Good to see you all. Salam. I'll put the link up for Iron Man for now. I need his assistance with all the tech stuff. Do you see the link? Is the link there? It is there. All right. All right. Peace, people. Good to see you all. Like I said, I don't know if I should start already or should I wait for more people to join. But yeah, I think most of you are aware the conversation that we must have. It's absolutely necessary. Greetings, Rahi. It's absolutely necessary, and God willing, after tonight, the conversation should be finished. So I don't know if I should wait for more people or if I should just go on and go ahead with it. I'll tell you what, I'll go ahead with it. No. This conversation is necessary. This conversation is absolutely necessary. Now, as you guys can see from the title, PSD, Post-Sunni Disorder. Oh, you one of those people he's blocked? Yeah, I noticed that he blocked a few people on his last video. I didn't know you was one of them. But like I said, this is a conversation that must be had, so we're just gonna go ahead with it, shall we? Right. The reason this conversation is necessary, and I promise you guys, nothing but demonstrable facts will be provided. Demonstrable facts. You will not need to rely on me. You will not need to agree with me. They will be completely and utterly demonstrable. You can demonstrate it for yourself. You don't even need anyone else. So there won't be much of a conversation to be had after tonight, inshallah. Now, with that said, Salah. Actually, before I even go to Salah, there seems to be a confusion that needs to be cleared. And that confusion is, what is our motivation? Is our motivation to reject hadith, to criticize hadith, to have some sort of an issue with the sunnah or sunnis even? Is that what our motivation is? Or is our motivation to truly understand the Quran and not let people's opinions or translations misguide us? What is our motivation? It seems to me that we have a group of people who are motivated by the rejection of hadith. And you have another group of people who are motivated by truly understanding the Quran, and they are suspicious of certain translations, if anything. If there is a problem that they have or a dispute that they have, it's only with the translations of the Quran and nothing else. So those are the two groups that we have. There needs to be a distinction made between us because I myself am not motivated by rejection of the Sunnah or the Hadith or have any kind of issue with Sunnism or Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. I have absolutely no issue with Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. That's not what I'm motivated by in any way, shape, or form. What I'm motivated by is to truly understand the Quran based on its own merits rather than what people say or what translators say. Now, people will have you believe that understanding the Quran is impossible. They'll even have you believe that you need to learn Arabic, literally learn the entire language in order to understand the Quran. Now, I'm convinced the reason people say that is because they know most people do not have the time nor energy to go and learn an entire new language. So, because they know most people don't have the time to do that, it is simply something that they say to intimidate people and to get them to basically accept whatever claim that they make because they speak Arabic. So that's the target that people have from what I can see anyway. Now, let's not allow people to insult our intelligence. At the end of the day, it's not a rational argument to make to say that you need to learn an entire language just to understand 114 chapters. Furthermore, these 114 chapters, it's not as though it has been completely mistranslated, because then there would be no message that people would be convinced by. So, in order for people to be convinced by the message that is this Quran, they could not mistranslate everything. That's just another intimidation tactic. The only thing that has been mistranslated are few select words to correspond with certain narratives and agendas that people have. So they're not that much. And to understand those few select words are not difficult. At the end of the day, words are tools that people use. And notice that I said people, all human beings use words. Words reference actions, they reference descriptions, they reference things, etc. in different languages. However, they're used for the same purpose. So, with that said, when we are reading the Quran and we find that a particular word does not seem to fit the rest of the context, it is not difficult for anyone to then look up a dictionary and see how those words have been used. What a dictionary will do is they will show us in various contexts how a word has been used. In this particular context, this word means this and this, and in that particular context, this word means that and that. What we then need to do is simply then bring those definitions onto the context of the Quran in question and then simply see what fits best. It's not difficult for anyone. Now, um, with that said, there seems to be a particular words that constantly gets brought up, and those are words that people associate with rituals. Words such as Salah, Siyam, Hajj, etc. You're all aware of those words. Now, now, we were used to, we were all used to coming from the Sunni uh, perspective. We were all used to basically being told that words have certain definitions and we simply just have to accept it, and that is that. However, now we're being introduced to a group of people who refer to themselves as people who follow the Quran alone, adopting or trying to adopt the same tactic. That tactic of basically, hey, we speak Arabic, you have to accept whatever we say. Unfortunately for those group of people, they have come to a space where such an argument doesn't hold any weight whatsoever. We are beyond that in this particular space over here. In fact, many of us understand what these words mean, but we don't even rely on that. We have ways and means of actually proving what these words mean beyond a shadow of a doubt. We can demonstrate them without a question remaining. Before I go on to that, there's something I have to get off the table ASAP, just to show you guys the difference between someone who actually follows the Quran alone, a mu'min, as opposed to someone who simply claims to follow the Quran alone. I think you guys are, you've been used to me saying, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, Bismillah, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, before I recite a verse of the Quran. And that is simply because that was a habit of mine. It was a habit of mine that I enjoyed, a habit of mine that I liked. However, it has been weaponized and turned into an argument. And it has been said that, hey, I'm basically arguing against rituals, whereas I am engaging in rituals myself. I could argue that no, it's not a ritual, it's a habit, but it's not an argument that I need to have. And the reason it's not an argument that I need to have is simply because I never stated that it was something that must be done. I never stated that it was something that the Quran, that there was a command in the Quran that said that we had to do it. I never said that. But nonetheless, I have been informed by a friend of mine, he knows who he is, to look up the verse in question and look up the context, and to then see if that is what the context is actually telling us to do, to actually utter those words before we recite anything from the Quran. I then looked up those verses in question, 1698. Iron Man, are you around by any chance? If you're around, if you could put up 1698, and then we're going to look up the verse after that. So if we look up 1698, I'm going to show you guys how the Quran explains itself. Okay, is the screen big enough? Can you guys see it on Iron Man screen, 1698? I hope it's big enough. I'm going to show you guys an example of how the Quran explains itself, and you don't need anyone to present themselves as some sort of a mufti or or a linguist of some kind or anything of the sort. The Quran explains itself. You don't need anyone. So what does it say? It says, so when you recite the Quran, then seek refuge in God from Satan the rejected. Now watch the next verse. This is how, always read the context and it will always be clear. Watch the next verse. Indeed, word for word, indeed, he, not for him, is authority over those who believe, and in their Lord they put their trust. I repeat, indeed, not for him is authority, power over those who believed in their Lord and they put their trust. So the first verse is actually explained by the second verse. Meaning, when the first verse tells you, so when you read the Quran, then seek refuge in God from Satan the rejected, how do you do that is the question. The belief today is that the way you seek refuge in God from Satan the rejected is that you simply utter, I seek refuge in God from Satan the rejected. This does not say anything about uttering it. It says to seek it. Seek refuge in God from Satan the rejected. It says nothing about uttering uh, said statement. And how do you seek it would then be the question. How you seek refuge in God from Satan the rejected is found in the next verse. Indeed, he, not for him, is power over those who believed, and in their Lord they put their trust. So you believe, and in your Lord you put your trust, and Satan will have no power over you. You see it? You believe in your Lord and you put your trust in him. And the moment you do that, Satan will have no power in you because you have now found refuge in your Lord. So, says nothing about uttering it. If you simply read that context, it is clear. The way you seek refuge in your Lord from Satan the rejected is simply by believing in your Lord and putting your trust in him. And Satan will have no power over you. End of. So there goes that ritual. Now, if I can just move on then. Notice how the Quran always explains itself. And I love it when Sunnis or semi-Sunnis challenge me when it comes to the Quran, because all it takes is to simply go back to the Quran and then you will find that the Quran will make itself clear. Now, with that said, on to Salah. So, a tactic that we have been used to has been employed on us again, and that is the old mystical, magical Arabic. Now, what we are dealing with is people who are arguing that the Salah in question, which they would like to translate as prayer, is the Salah that comes from the root word Sad Lam Wo, and not the Salah that comes from the root word Wo Sad Lam. And by the way, I have been accused of changing my mind about commitment and connection. Unfortunately, for the people that are accusing me of such a thing, unfortunately for them, what they don't realize is that both root words are found in the Quran. In fact, three root words that begin with Sad Lam are found in the Quran. One of them, one of the individuals actually mentioned in his video last couple of days ago, which is Sad Lam Ya. So there is three Sad Lams found in the Quran. Sad Lam Ya, Sad Lam Wo, and Wo Sad Lam. Now, in this particular space, we never rely on arguments from authority. We don't need to tell people, hey, this is what it is, and you must accept it because I say so, and blah, 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 blah. We don't rely on that kind of stuff. What we will do is we will look at the occurrences of both Sad Lam Wo and Wo Sad Lam. We will look at the occurrences of both root words throughout the Quran. And then what we will do is we will look at the entirety of the of every context that these words are found in, and we won't even need to dictate for anyone what they must be. We won't even need to dictate it for anyone. Every single individual in the audience will easily understand what it must be, non-negotiable in every single context. Every single context. There's 36 people watching now. Every single one will be able to tell what it must be in every single context. It'll be that easy. So we're going to start with what should we start with? Okay. We'll start with what should we start with? We'll start with Iron Man's favorite. Yeah, let's start with Iron Man's favorite. We'll start with Musallin. We'll start with 70:22. Chapter 70, verse 22. We'll start with that. Musallin. So this is one of the root words. And by the way, I say one of the root words because our arguments are never based on this is what the root word must be, this is what the translation must be. We don't need those kind of weak arguments. So they can choose. They can say, hey, this root word is that, this the other one has this particular root word. They can do whatever they like. What we will do is we will show what it must be in each and every single scenario. Very simple. So starting with 70:22. Illa al-musallin, except for the musallin. We'll leave that word untranslated. Just pay attention to the discussion. Pay attention to what's actually being discussed. Illa al-musallin, except the musallin. الذين هم على صلاتهم دائمون, who always, let me go to word for word, those who are over their salah constant. Those who are over their salah constant. And those, word for word, and those who in their wealth is a determined right for the needy and the poor, and those who believe in a day of judgment, and those who they are of the requital of their Lord fearful. Indeed, the requital of their Lord is not to be taken granted. And those who are of their chastity guardians, except from their counterparts or those possessed by their oath, then indeed they are not blameworthy. But whoever sought beyond that, then they are the transgressors. And those who they are of their trusts and their covenants guardians, and those who they in their testimonies are firm, and those who they are over their salah constant. Now, considering that context, ladies and gentlemen, what could musallin be? Basically, what happened here is a musallin was described with the attributes that I just read out to you guys. So, what is this description that fits the attributes that was just read out to you between 17:22 to 70:34? What is it, ladies and gentlemen? What has been described for us? Was there a golfer that was described? Was there a chef that was described? What was this description? I'm waiting for you guys in the audience. Could it be prayer? Could it be prayer? Are these the description of those who pray? Let me read it again. Are those who pray those who basically in their wealth there is a determined due? Is that only to those who pray? For the needy and the poor? Is that only to those who, by the way, when we say pray, they want ritual prayer. So it's not just prayer, it's ritual. Is that those who engage in rituals? Is that what it is? Those who engage in rituals, they pay charity. Is it? Is it those who, and those who believe in a day of judgment? Those who engage in rituals believe in a day of judgment. Is that what it is? Is it? Is it those who, seriously, is it those who believe in rituals, those who engage in rituals, they believe in a day of judgment? So you cannot believe in a day of judgment unless you engage in rituals. Is that what it is? And those who are of the requital of their Lord, fearful. Do you have to engage in a ritual for that? Indeed, the requital of their Lord is not to be taken granted. And those who are of their chastity, guardians. Do you have to engage in a ritual for that? Do you? Except from their spouses, or except from their counterparts, or those who are possessed by their oath, then indeed they are blameworthy. They are not blameworthy. But whoever sought beyond that, then they are the transgressors. So unless you engage in rituals, you commit adultery. Is that what it is? And those who are of their trusts and their promises, guardians. Do you have to engage in a ritual for that? So these characteristics are of who? Who are these characteristics of? There's a particular student. Okay. What does a student do? What does a student do? Student is a good one. They are characteristics of those who connect to God and adhere to his commands. How would we disagree with that? That there are those who connect to God and adhere to his commands. Does that sound reasonable to you guys? There's a particular statement that was made fun of, and that is following closely. They made fun of that. They said, following closely, the following closely group, ha 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 ha. Well, what does following closely mean? Guys, what does following closely mean? So, for instance, would this be the descriptions of someone who is known to follow closely? Someone who's following closely, i.e., someone who's committed. Are these the descriptions of someone who's committed to his deen, perhaps? Or is that, ha ha, following closely, ha ha? Adherence. I hear you. It's litanying. Yeah, that's what it is. It's no. It's liturgy. It's liturgy. Those who engage in liturgy. That's what it is. Right? Seriously, can anyone argue that the characteristics that was just defined here are not the characteristics of someone who adheres, someone who's committed? Is that not it? Can someone tell me this is not a committed person? I'll read it for you. Let's read it that way. Let me see what happens. Let me see what happens. Except the committed, those who are over their commitments steadfast, and those who are I can't read the word for word. Part of their money is set aside for the poor and the needy. They believe in a day of judgment. They reverence their Lord's requital. Their Lord's requital is not to be taken for granted. They keep their chastity only with their counterparts or what is possessed by their oath. Anyone who transgresses these limits is a sinner, and the believers keep their word. They are trustworthy. Their testimony is truthful. They consistently observe their commitments. Did anyone see? Did anyone see anywhere where there could be an argument? So these are people who are adhering, following closely the commands of God, committed to the commands of God. They give to charity, they believe in a day of judgment, they do not commit adultery, etc., etc. How can anyone argue this is not a committed individual? So I take it there goes that argument. So the next one. Are we done with this one? Is there an argument left to be had here before I move on? I can move on, I'll take it. All right. Next one. Which is kind of the same one. Yeah, okay. It's the same one again. 74:43. Let's get rid of all of these ones. 74:43. So I read from 40. So I'll start from 74:40. While in paradise, they will ask about the guilty, what brought you to this retribution? They will say, we were not of those musallin. We were not of the musallin. The reason they're in hell is because they were not of the musallin. You see? And not we used to feed the poor. They were not of the musallin, and not they used to feed the poor. And we used to indulge in vain talk with vain blunderers, with vain talkers, etc. So as you guys can see, these are people who are in hell. And the reason they are in hell is because they were not of the musallin, the same word that we were just reading the verse before. They were not of the musallin, and they did not feed the poor, and they engaged in vain talk with vain talkers, etc., etc. So again, we were not of the what? We were not of the ritualists. Is that what it is? They're in hell because they were not of the ritualists. Is that what it is? Can anyone argue that what this particular context is telling us is that these people are in hell because they were not of the ritualists? Bear in mind, it's the same word that we were reading, that we read in chapter 70, 22. Yeah. So are they in hell because they were not of the committed? They were not of those who followed closely the commands of God. They were not of those who adhered to the commands of God. Or are they in hell because they were not of the ritualists? Mind you, look also what follows it. and not we used to feed the poor. We were not of the ritualists and we used to feed the poor, or we were not of the adherents and not we used to feed the poor. We were not of the committed and not we used to feed the poor. Which follows? Which follows here? This is the same following closely, adherent explanation. Yeah. Which follows here? Seriously, what argument is there here? Are these people in hell because they were not of the ritualists and not they used to feed the poor, as though there's some sort of connection between rituals and feeding poor people? So again, I think we can move on from here too, right? Is there an argument to be had here? Or can I move on? Shall I move on, or is there an argument to be had? There is no argument to be had. Thank you. Okay. 7531. Oh, this is a famous one. I didn't mean to go here. It's too early for this one. It's too early. Should I really deal with that one? No, it's too early. It's too early. Let me push that one back. 8715. Iron Man. 8715, my bro. No argument whatsoever. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. 8715 is there. Okay. وذكر اسم ربه فصلى. By the way, those that just love to nitpick, notice I'm not saying A'udhu Billahi Minash Shaitanir Rajeem. No rituals here. They love to argue. Yeah. وذكر اسم ربه فصلى. And he remembered the name of his Lord, then Salah. Fa is then or so Salah. He remembered the name of his Lord, so Salah. You see? Because he remembered the name of his Lord, he did a certain action. Now, what is this action that he did because he remembered the name of his Lord? Either A, did he commit to what God has commanded because he remembered God? Or B, did he pray because he remembered God? No, let me not say pray. Did he engage in a ritual because he remembered the name of God? Which one is it? Which follows here? In fact, hold on. When you're engaging in the ritual, you're mentioning the name of God. You're remembering God, as you say. So why would you remember God, then engage in a ritual? Or when you remember God, do you commit? And what, is it that easy? He's telling me to move on because it's that easy. I appreciate that, but I have to make it, I have to break it down this much because for some odd reason, people don't seem to understand that, they should be ashamed of themselves and stop arguing things that there is no argument to be had. Literally no argument to be had. But yet they think just by beating their chest and, being all egotistical, they think that alone can result in an argument. That's not an argument. Unfortunately, I have to break it down this much. So where was I? Yeah. So, in case they think there's an argument here, I'll read the context again to just end the argument. So we read a verse before. Read a verse before. Successful indeed is the one who redeems his soul by remembering the name of his Lord and Salah. No, they put and here. Let me go for word. See, they love trying that stuff. Let me go word for word. Sorry, guys. Let me start again. Indeed, successful is he who purifies himself, and he remembered the name of his Lord, so Salah. Nay, you prefer the life of the world, while the hereafter is better and everlasting. Come on. In this particular context, which is it? Indeed, successful is he who purifies himself, and he remembers the name of his Lord, and so he commits. Nay, you prefer the life of the world. Or is it, indeed, successful is he who purifies himself, and he remembered the name of his Lord, so he engages in a ritual. Nay, you prefer the life of the world. Really? Really? There's an argument here. There's an argument here. Successful is he who purifies his soul, remembers the name of his Lord, so he commits. Nay, you prefer the life of the world. Or successful is he who purifies his soul and remembers the name of his Lord, so he engages in a ritual. Nay, you prefer the life of the world. So you either engage in a ritual or you prefer the life of the world. Either engage in a ritual or you prefer the life of the world. Or you commit. You commit to your maker. Or you prefer the life of the world. Which one is it? Which one is it in this particular context? Do you guys see a single argument here? Can I move on? Or is there an argument here? Please tell me, is there an argument here or can I move on? Thank you. Right, 9610. A servant when he salah. A servant when he salah. If we read the context. Have you seen the one who forbids a servant when he salah? Have you seen if he was upon guidance or he commanded righteousness? I repeat. Have you seen the one who forbids a servant when he salah? Have you seen if he was upon guidance or he commanded righteousness? Even the next verse. Have you seen if he rejected and turned away? Now, considering that context, again, are we talking about, have you seen one who forbids a servant when he commits to the deen? Have you seen if he was upon guidance or he commanded righteousness? Have you seen if he rejected and he turned away? Is that the context? Or is it, have you seen one who forbids a servant when he engages in a ritual? Have you seen one who forbids a servant when he engages in a ritual? Have you seen if he was upon guidance? Engages in a ritual, have you seen if he was upon guidance? Or he commanded righteousness. Engages in a ritual, or he commanded righteousness. Absolutely. Oh, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. That's the thing. That's the whole reason I'm presenting this, because it's got nothing to do with me. I'm not even giving you the translation. I'm not even telling you this is what the translation is. I'm simply reading the context and leaving it to you. Is it even possible, the arguments that people are making? So read it for yourselves. Can anyone argue that 9:10 is talking about a servant being forbidden from engaging in a ritual in this particular context that we can all see? Anyone see a ritual here? Move on, buddy. I appreciate it. Right. 108. Let's go to 108. 108 is only 3 verses. So we'll read the 3 verses. All right. I nearly did the A'udhu Billahi there again, but they would love it. They'd be like, he engaged in a ritual. Look at him, the hypocrite. Ritual. Yes, ritual. Unbelievable. Right. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Indeed, we gave you the bounty. Indeed, we gave you the bounty. Fasalli. So, salah. Indeed, we gave you the bounty. So, salah lirabbika, to your Lord. Indeed, we gave you the bounty. So, salah to your Lord. Wanhar, and sacrifice. Indeed, your enemy, he is cut off. Inna shani'aka huwa al-abtar. Indeed, your enemy, he is the one cut off. So these 3 verses here, what is being discussed? Indeed, we give you the bounty. So engage in a ritual to your Lord and sacrifice. Indeed, your enemy, he is cut off. Is that the discussion being had here? Or is the discussion being had, indeed, we gave you the bounty. So commit to your Lord and sacrifice, for crying out loud. Sacrificing requires commitment. So commit to your Lord and sacrifice. Sacrifice literally requires commitment. Unbelievable. So commit to your Lord and sacrifice. Indeed, your opponent, he is the one cut off. What is being discussed here, ladies and gents? Is there a ritual prayer discussed in these 3 verses, or is a commitment, an adherence being discussed in these 3 verses here? Actually, it's commitment fits best here, really. Commit to your Lord and sacrifice. I don't know how a sane human being could argue otherwise. How could it be? You know what? Even if you was to say anything else, it would come under commit. Anything else you say, it would come under commit to your Lord. It would just be commitment by doing XYZ. So there's no feasible way to argue against commit to your Lord here. Seriously, could it be anything but commit to your Lord and sacrifice in this verse, in this particular context? Even prayer is a commitment anyway. Thank you very much. Even that comes under commitment. Comes under connection too. Can I move on? Or is there an argument to be made here? I'm not leaving a single verse, not one. I'm sick and tired of this Arabic nonsense every time. No worries, bandwidth. We will discuss that too. Right now, we're dealing with one particular root word. The one you're talking about has another root word. They can decide which root word they would like to fit with which. Doesn't even bother me. It will always be clear. That's the bottom line here. So before I move on, is there any argument to be had with those three verses? So we've done 108.2, we've done 96.10, we've done 87.15, we've done 74.43, we've done 70.22. What else do we have left? Should we get rid of 75.31? No, it's too popular. We'll leave that to the end. We can quickly get rid of 33.56. 33.56 and 33.43. They're both the same. So we're just going to get rid of both of them at the same time. So if you go to 33.56, absolutely, they don't. The arguments do not come from the book. This is hence why I call this post-Sunni disorder, Sunni 2.0. They can't. They just can't shake it off. So they might as well stay reforming Sunnah, which is clearly what they want to do. In this space, they have no chance in this space. No chance. Most people here know too much about the Quran. Hence why when you watch their videos, just look at the comments. They're constantly being challenged. Constantly. So it's embarrassing, really. Now, 33.56. Indeed, God and his angels, yusalluna ala nabi. O you who believed, sallu alayhi wa sallamu taslima. That's 33.56. Now 33.43 is very similar. It's just the same, really, except it's about us rather than the messenger. Huwa alladhi yusalla, he is the one yusalla alaykum, upon you and his angels. And then he gives you the reason, so that he may bring you out from darkness to the light. لِيُخْرِجَكُم مِّنَ الظُّلُمَاتِ إِلَى النُّورِ. And he has been to the believers merciful. So as you can see from those two verses, there is an action taken by God and the angels towards the messenger and towards ourselves. We are to also engage in this particular act towards the messenger, and the purpose of this particular act is to take us out from darkness into the light. With that being said, what is this particular action necessarily? There is something that this particular action is necessarily. Now, they don't argue that this particular action has anything to do with prayer. None of them do. Even the Sunnis don't even argue that this particular action has anything to do with prayer. However, they would like to argue that it has something to do with blessing. Now, I think we can all just move on from that because I don't think any one of us buys that. However, some might argue that this has something to do with connection. However, if you pay close attention to everything that's being discussed here, there is actually something that fits better. Something that not only fits better, that's actually indisputable if we bear the Quran in mind. and that is commitment. God and his angels, God and his angels commit to the messenger. They have committed to him in the form of two ways: in the form of the revelation and in the form of giving him protection from the people, as it states in the Quran. You see? And as we are also reminded in the Quran, when the angels come and take part in the battle. So what that shows is commitment without a shadow of doubt. No one could argue that God and his angels did not commit to the messenger. No one could argue that God and his angels didn't commit to us. You see, they committed to us when they revealed to us this Quran. You see, by sending us this reminder, by teaching us everything that we need to know, by guiding us to the right path, God has clearly shown his commitment and support indeed to us. Unless anyone would like to argue that no commitment was showed from God whatsoever. It cannot be a connection here. It's more than a connection. You see, there's connection and then there's committing. So, what is clearly shown here is a commitment. So, yeah. And again, also when it says, Sallu alayhi wa sallamu taslima, the people had to commit to the messenger, which they did again in two forms. One, by obviously going to him to then accept the message. That's the number one commitment they had with him. And the second commitment they had with him is again found in the Quran. If you go to chapter 999. Chapter 999. Now look at this. Thank you. And from the A'rab, and from the A'rab is he who believes in God and the last day. By the way, A'rab are basically people who lived off caravan trading. That's how they made their living. The Arabs in general were people who lived of such means. But among the Arab are those who believe in God and the last day. And he takes, listen to this, and he takes what he spends as a means of nearness with God. He takes what he spends as a means of nearness with God and salawatir rasul. So he takes what he spends as two things. He takes it as a means of nearness with God and salawati rasul. So what is this other action that he understands his spending as relating to the messenger? What is this action? He takes what he spends as a means of nearness with God and salawatir rasul. So what is it? Considering that we're talking about what he spends. So what does what he spends mean to him pertaining to the messenger? What does it mean to him? It means support. He takes what he spends. Where is it? He takes what he spends as a means of nearness with God and support, and as a support with the messenger, support to the messenger. You see, that's what he spends represents. It represents committing to the messenger. It represents supporting the messenger. Can anyone argue otherwise? Can anyone argue otherwise? that they take what they spend as a means of nearness with God and as a commitment stroke support with the messenger or to the messenger. Any argument? Guys, engage with me, because I'm not the type to just, preach and give sermons and insist on my ways and blah blah blah. If there are any arguments to be had, please tell me. And by the way, yeah, going back to 33:56, I'm going to show you guys 3 verses that just explain themselves. 33:56, 33:43, and it'll be a last one, and you will see how they all just connect together and they all explain themselves. Indeed, God and his angels commit to the prophet all those who believed, commit to him and greet him with greetings. Let's just go with that translation. 43 now. He is the one who commits to you and his angels so that he may bring you out from the darkness to the light. And he has been to the believers merciful. I see. Thank you, Ali. I appreciate that. And then the last one, to just connect them all together, 14:1. Chapter 14:1. Remember, just last verse told us the reason God and his angels commit to us, and that is to take us out from the darkness to the light. God and his angels commit to us in order to take us out from the darkness to the light. And then when we get to 14:1, we have Alif Lam Ra, a scripture we have revealed to you that you may bring out the people from the darkness to the light by the permission of their Lord, into the end of the verse. You see? A scripture we have revealed to you. The you here being second person singular, speaking to the messenger, so that he may bring us out, may bring the people out from the darkness to the light. How does he do that? He conveys the message. The audience must come to him, and then that's how they get taken out from the darkness to the light. Those 3 verses, there is no Arabic, there is no I am this, I am talented. There is no argument anyone can make to disconnect those 3 verses. You cannot have one without the other. You cannot have the messenger cannot bring us out, cannot bring out the people from the darkness to the light unless God and his angel commit to him. You see? Now, God and his angel, once God and his angel commit to him, he will have no people to bring out from the darkness to the light unless those people commit to him. You see? So it starts with God and his angels, gets to the messenger. In order for the messenger to convey it to the people have to commit to him. You cannot have one without the other. Those 3 verses, you cannot have one without the other. Conveys the Quran via Salah, absolutely. $73.20. I thought we did. Oh, we will go there. We will go there. Bear with me, please. First, I want to get rid of one root word. Doug, I want to get rid of one root word, and then I'm going to get to that root word, because that one is a different root word. I haven't got much left of this one. And by the way, this is the root word Sad Lam Wo. I repeat, this is the root word Sad Lam Wo. This is the root word that they would like to argue has something to do with a ritual prayer. And as you guys have witnessed, every single verse that we have read, there is not one single verse where that is even possible, remotely possible. Have we read a single verse where that was remotely possible? All of the verses that we have read, was there one where it was remotely possible for it to be a ritual prayer? Is there any kind of Arabic? You could be native Arab for all I care. Is it possible? It's not possible. Okay, bear with me because I don't think we have much left of this one. We literally don't have much left of this one. So we've dealt with 33:43. We've dealt with that. Okay, now we go to 24:41. Oh, this one is just hilarious. This one is just hilarious. Okay. Do you not see? They say if you don't pray voodoo, yeah, they say voodoo and witchcraft and it's not if you don't pray. Please don't let them hide under the word prayer, because no one has an issue with prayer. Prayer is dua in the Quran. What they are talking about is a ritual. You see, a ritual is what they are what they're talking about. So don't let them hide under that word. So 24:41. Do you not see that God glorifies him whoever is in the heavens and the earth, and the birds spread out wings? Each verily it knew its salah and its glorification, and God is all knower of what they do. I don't think I need to read the context for this one because I mean there is no context that will change that. Let's be straightforward about it. You know what, Iron Man? I think this one we will have to put on. Do we have time for that though? No, we don't have time for that. It's too long. Basically, believe it or not, they argued. I swear, I wish this was a joke. I wish I didn't have to tell you guys this. But the semi Sunnis actually argued that birds, don't worry, you won't be confused after tonight, Zain. Yeah, they argued that birds do have their rituals. In fact, they argued that birds have their litany. They have their litany. No, no, no. Let me correct that. Liturgy. They have their liturgy. Birds have their liturgy. And the argument that birds have their liturgy is, do you eat? You eat. If you eat, does that mean you eat the same way as the birds eat? Is that what it means? Does the way you eat and the birds, the way they eat, does it have to be the same? That's the argument. That's the argument being made. So because the way you eat and the way birds eat aren't the same, just the same way birds have their liturgy. They have their litany, they have their liturgy. How about that for an argument, people? How about that for an argument? Birds have their liturgy. They don't eat, they eat. You eat. You don't eat the same way. Liturgy. I swear, someone came in front of the camera on YouTube, literally went on live and made that argument straight with a straight face. Oh, not liturgy, liturgy, liturgy. So how about that, people? Birds have a ritual. They have a liturgy, litany. That's what birds have. What are you saying, guys? Do you guys buy that? Birds have a ritual? Why would birds have a ritual? Why would birds have a ritual? Seriously, why would anyone make that argument? Why would birds have a ritual? Why would anyone make that argument? Can you imagine that? Someone made that argument. Birds have a ritual. Amazing. I might as well just move on from this, right? Actually, before I do, in case they say, you didn't make your argument, following closely, following closely. I wonder if birds have commitments. I wonder if birds have commitments. I wonder. So what do you guys think, audience? Do birds have commitments? Is there like certain things that they do regularly? They have duties. Of course they do. Absolutely. Just like the bee. Absolutely. Isn't that interesting? They have commitments. But do they have rituals? Imagine someone argued, ha ha ha, following closely, ha ha ha. But the birds have liturgy. They follow the divine law that God gave them, which would mean that they uphold their duty or they uphold their commitment, don't they? Speaking of duty, let me just clarify my position on that. You see, the way I see it, the word duty clarifies the point. The word duty conveys the point of salah in each and every single occurrence. I'll give them that. I'll give Sam Garens that. Absolutely. It conveys the point. The point that is always being made is a duty. However, I don't think Sam Gerrans argues that it's the literal translation of the word salah. So I think they're just looking for arguments anywhere they could find it. I don't think anyone's arguing that the word duty is the literal translation of the word salah, but the word duty, when you bear in mind, the word salah, when you bear in mind its usage throughout the Quran, then the point being conveyed is absolutely duty in each and every single occurrence. So that's where I stand on that. So there's no need to, there's no need to try and bully people with the mystical magical Arabic, because I don't think Sam Garens argues that that is the literal translation of the word. Him and the people who like his translation, I don't think that's what they're arguing. So with that said, we can move on from this bird stuff, I believe, right? Birds have commitments, but they don't have rituals. Yeah, I agree. I have no argument against duty whatsoever, because it conveys the point. But I will say it's not the literal translation of the word salah. It's not the literal translation of it in either of the two root words. But it conveys the point. That's all that matters at the end of the day. Obligation, I've been thinking about obligation myself, to be honest with you. I think there are many occurrences that the word obligation fits. Absolutely. So yeah. Again, obligation is a form of connection, by the way. So duty is a form of connection. You see, it's a form of commitment. See all of these words. Duty is a form of commitment. Duty is a form of connection. what's it called? It's a form of obligation. All three of them is a form of obligation. You see? So it all depends on the particular context in question. But these words convey the same meaning. However, they may convey something a little bit extra, which fits certain contexts better than the other. That's all it is, really. So the whole it's 2024, man. We're not gonna accept this whole um trying to bully people with a language. A language, for crying out loud. All right, so we can move on from this bird, I believe, right? We can move on from this bird, I believe, right? Uh, Ritual prayer is always a hard place. Always a hard place. So we're done bird. Okay, let's do Shu'aib. Shu'aib is another popular one. They said, "O Shu'aib, does your Salah command you that we abandon what we worship, or that we worship our forefathers, or that we do concerning our wealth what we will? Indeed, surely you are the clement, wise." They said, "O Shu'aib, does your Salah command you that we leave what that we abandon what our forefathers worshipped, that we abandon what our forefathers worshipped, or that we do concerning our wealth what we will? Indeed, surely you are the clement, wise." So this salah that commands people what to do, what is it? Is it a ritual prayer that commands people what to do? A ritual prayer that, is associated with Shu'aib? Or is it something else associated with Shu'aib that commands people what to do? Which one is it? In fact, we might as well just read the context just so that people don't think we're avoiding anything or playing any kind of games here whatsoever. We can read the context starting from 84. To Midian, we sent their brother Shu'aib. He said, "O my people, serve God. You have no other God beside him. Do not cheat what you measure or weigh. I see that you are prosperous, and I fear for you the retribution of an overwhelming day. O my people, you shall give full measure and full weight, equitably. Do not cheat the people out of their rights, and do not roam the earth corruptingly. Whatever God provides for you, no matter how small, is far better for you if you are really believers. I am not a guardian over you." They said, "O Shu'aib, does your Salah dictate upon you that we must abandon our parents' religion or run in our business in any manner we choose? Surely you are known for being clement, wise." Now, considering that context, ladies and gentlemen, is it a ritual prayer that's being discussed here? A ritual prayer that commands people to leave what their forefathers worshipped, and that they do not do with their wealth as they wish. Is it a ritual prayer that does these things? A ritual prayer associated to the messenger? Or is it perhaps his commitment? Is it his commitment that commands X, Y, and Z? Or is it his ritual prayer? Which one is it? Is it his adherence that commands X, Y, and Z? Is it what he follows closely that commands X, Y, and Z? Or is it his so called ritual prayer? Which one is it, ladies and gents? Can we fit a ritual prayer here? Of course, commitment. It's upholding God's laws, his adherence. There's no argument that can be had here, is there? It's one's commitment, not in any chance. Thank you very much. No chance whatsoever. The message Shu'aib followed and was commanded to give to the people, i.e., his commitment. All right. What do we have left? We ain't got much left, ladies and gents. About 5 or 6 verses left of this particular root word, and then this root word will never be brought up again. The other root word will even be easier. We'll only need about 2 or 3 verses from that one, and it's done. Literally, all we will need are 2 and 3 verses from that one, and it's done. Case closed. And then we can just simply unveil the new sect that is clearly being formed right in front of our eyes, because clearly has nothing to do with evidence or anything in anything found in the Quran. So we can go to 9:103. We can go there. 9:103. Take from their money a charity to purify them and sanctify them and salah them, for your salah reassures them. God is hearer, omniscient. Oh my God, how easy is that? Take from their money a charity to purify them and sanctify them and salah them, for your salah reassures them. God is hearer, omniscient. So could it be your ritual? Could it be take from their money a charity to purify them and sanctify them and ritual them, for your ritual reassures them. God is hearer, omniscient. Any chance for a ritual over here, ladies and gents? Or could it be take from their money a charity to purify them and sanctify them and commit to them, for your commitment reassures them. God is hearer, omniscient. For crying out loud, which is it? Commit to them, indeed your commitment reassures them, or ritual prayer them, indeed your ritual prayer reassures them. Which one is it? Ritual prayer, they tell me. Inshallah, peace, flying. Peace. We'll catch you later, bro. So which one is it? No argument here, is there? Guys, I need to be quick. Come on. Work with me. Is there an argument here? If there's an argument here, I'll stay here and continue and, see what we can find here. Nope. No argument. Jaden. Peace, Jaden. All right. Next one. We've done 999. We've already done that one. 984. Okay. 984. And do not salah for any one of them who died, ever, and do not stand by his grave. Indeed, they disbelieved in God and his messenger, and they died while they are disobedient, wicked. So which one is it? Is it, and do not commit for any one of them who died ever, and do not stand by their grave? Indeed, they disbelieved in God and his messenger, and they died while they were wicked. Or is it, and do not ritual prayer for any one of them who died ever, and do not stand by his grave until the end of the ayah? Is it a ritual prayer here? Do we have a ritual prayer here? Or do we have don't commit for any one of them? Don't show any kind of support. Don't commit for any one of them. Or is it ritual prayer for any one of them? Which one is it? 984. 984. And do not salah for any one of them who died ever, and do not stand by his grave. Indeed, they disbelieved in God and his messenger, and they died while they were wicked. Or is it, and do not ritual prayer for any one of them who died ever, and do not stand by his grave until the end of the ayah? Is it a ritual prayer here? Do we have don't commit for any one of them? Don't show any kind of support. Don't commit for any one of them. Which one is it? I'll try and touch zakat, hopefully, if I have some time, my bro. I can move on, right? There's no argument here. 984. Okay, this one is great. This one is great. Actually, let me let me put that one last. 2157. Let's go to 2157. Those upon them salawati from their Lord and mercy, and those they are the guided. So which is it? Is it those upon them commitment from their Lord and mercy, and they are the guided ones? Or is it those upon them ritual prayer from their Lord and mercy, and those are the guided? Which one is it? Those upon them commitment from their Lord and mercy, and they are the guided? Or is it those upon them ritual prayer, whatever else they would like to fit in there? Commitment, no discussion. Thank you. There is no discussion, is there? I can move on, right? Commitment. Thank you. Okay. 125. And recall when we appointed the bait, the structure, a focal point for the people and security, and said, take from the status of Abraham Musalla, and we commissioned with him and we commissioned with Abraham and Ishmael that you purify my structure for those who circulate and those who reside and the humbly submissive. Now, yeah. So where is it? Is Musalla a place of prayer? 125. Sorry, Iron Man. 125. So same chapter, 125. So is it a place of prayer here? Or is Musalla simply single for the Musallin that we discussed earlier? Remember the Musallin in chapter 70, 22, I believe? That was given all of the descriptions. We all agree on the status. Is Musalla single for Musallin or not? Is Abraham being basically described as the committed one? Abraham the committed. Actually, we have evidence in the Quran of Abraham showing commitment. So since Abraham showed commitment, it stands to reason that he would be called Abraham the committed. And it stands to reason that Musalla, the committed one, thank you very much. And it stands to reason that Musalla is simply single for Musallin. So the argument that must be made here is that Abraham is not the committed one, when we see evidence in the Quran of him literally showing the very definition of commitment. Okay, brother Imad says the single of Musallin is Musalli. Interesting. Let's check. Well, how would Musalli be spelled, Imad? Because it seemed to be spelled Musalli here, although the vowel makes it sound different, but it has a ya at the end. But nonetheless, so the one that engages in salah, so you have salah, the one that engages in salah, you would put meme before that. So it would be musalli. It's like Islam, the one that engages in Islam becomes Muslim. Ihsan, the one that engages in Ihsan becomes Muhsin. Well, bro, it's spelled the same way in the Quran. It's spelled exactly like that, Imad. It's just that the vowel is on top of the lam. But as you know, in Arabic, they don't use vowels. You see? With a two dot, yeah. Peace and blessings, my brother Mo. So yeah. Look, we can even work this out. And this is what I love about the Quran. Let's look at the discussion being made here. And recall, when we appointed the structure. By the way, I translate the word bait as structure, because structure can be both physical and it could also be metaphorical, meaning it could be pertaining to a particular plan, you see, or a particular idea has certain structures, etc., etc. So the word structure, I would argue, is the word for word translation for the word bait. So, and recall when we appointed the structure of the deen, that is, a focal point. So this is the focal point. The focal point is the deen for the people and security. We gain our security from the deen. And said, take from the maqam Ibrahim. So we can't take from anything physical of Abraham. We can just remove that straight away. We can't take of anything physical from Abraham. In fact, nothing physical of Abraham is discussed in the Quran. The only thing that is discussed in the Quran is the status of Abraham. I don't think that could be argued. The status of Abraham, the position of Abraham within this deen, the position he has in this deen, that has been discussed. No, I'm saying context wise. I'm not adding these words. I'm saying when it comes to Abraham, I'm discussing with you. When it comes to Abraham in the Quran, what is discussed? Is there physical things associated with Abraham discussed, or is Abraham's position or his status in this deen discussed in the Quran? I'm putting it to you. I'm not saying what it is. So I'm leaving it to you to decide when it says position, or quote unquote, even standing place. Even the use of the word standing place. Standing place could be another way of saying status or position. You see? Another way of saying status or position is standing place. So I'm leaving it to you to decide, is this standing place, one, it must be something discussed in the Quran. So is it something physical discussed in the Quran, or is it something to do with his status regarding this deen discussed in the Quran? That I leave to you. And then it says Musalla. So he's referred to as Musalla here. Maqama Ibrahima Musalla. So Musalla here must be a description of Abraham or associated to Abraham himself. Well, exactly, General. I don't know how anyone would argue that, make that argument. So there is that. I don't know how anyone could find a place from this, but there's the context. So where should we go next? Now we're going to deal with one that they love bringing up. Actually, before we deal with that one, let me deal with 7531, a very popular one. فلا صدق ولا صلى ولكن كذب وتولى. فلا صدق ولا صلى ولكن كذب وتولى. And not he saddaqa, and not he salah, but rather ولكن كذب وتولى, but rather he denied and turned away. So an argument was attempted last time, again using the mystical magical Arabic, constantly trying to intimidate people with Arabic, not understanding that communication is something universal, and they're all used for the same reasons, and they all have uh, the same way of delivery, etc., etc. So, for instance, what is it that can't be argued here? What can't be argued here is that at least what's being discussed is that someone did not do what was expected of him, or what was wanted of him, or what he should have done, but rather he done the opposite. You see? So instead of doing what he should have done, he done what he should not have done. I'm not even going to use opposite. It's not even necessary in case people try to milk that. Instead of doing what he should have done, he did what he should not have done. Very simple. So this is someone who denied. So no one's arguing against the second verse. That is someone who denied and turned away. So he denied the deen. He denied what is being conveyed to him. He rejected what is being conveyed to him, or whatever fancy word you like, as long as it conveys the same point here. He denied what is being conveyed to him, and he turned away. So rather than do that, he was supposed to do something else. So if there is something else you're supposed to do, rather than deny and turn away, what is that something else you're supposed to do? How could anyone argue that that's difficult? How could that possibly be difficult? How could anyone attempt to go, oh, mystical, magical, Arabic, you must listen to me over something so simple? How is this difficult? So I put it to you, ladies and gents. So rather than denying, let's start with the denying part. Rather than denying, what should he have done? Let's start with the denial part. Rather than denying, what should he have done? Okay, Maximilian, I like that. I'm going to address that in a minute. No problem. Really good. Really good. Actually, let me highlight that one. That was really good. Wait, oh, highlight the wrong one. That was really good. So, yeah. So, rather than denying, what should he have done, ladies and gents? Come on, man. Engage with me. What should he have done rather than denying? We're not moving on until you guys engage with me, y'all. Oh my God, time flies. Accept, adhered, believed. Thank you. So he should have believed. I'm sure he's going to try the mystical, magical Arabic. Believed, no problem. He should have believed. He should have accepted, rather than denied. Okay. Now, وَلَكِنْ كَذَبَ وَتَوَلَّى. He turned away. So rather than turn away, what should he have done? Rather than turn away, he should have followed. He should have upheld. He should have committed. He should have adhered. He should have embraced. Beautiful. Not difficult, is it? He should have turned towards. How is that difficult? Could it be a ritual? Could it? He neither believed nor did he engage in a ritual prayer, but rather he denied and he turned away. Does that follow? He didn't believe and engage in a ritual prayer, but he denied and turned away. Does that follow? What's going on, guys? Are you guys not intimidated by Arabic? You're supposed to be intimidated with all of this Arabic. Is that Hamza Abdul Malik himself, the legend? Seriously, is that really Hamza Abdul Malik that joined me? That cannot be. If that's Hamza Abdul Malik, then I'm just going to take a back seat and we're all going to have a class. Please join us if you're unbelievable. I cannot believe it. Guys, you guys have no idea how lucky we are tonight. Unbelievable. Please join us, Uncle. Uncle, please join us. The link is there. By the way, that is my teacher, without a shadow of a doubt. Everything I know is because of Hamza Abdul Malik himself. God bless him. Honestly, I'm forever thankful to you, sir. Forever thankful to you. Please join us. I've sent you the link. Please join us if you have the time and such. So where was I? I think we're done with 75:31. Do we have anything left to go with 75:31? I think we're done with that one, gents, right? I'm actually, honestly, you guys have no idea how good it feels to know that Hamza is watching. Where were we? So we haven't got much left. I think we've got about 3 verses left. 2 verses left. 2 verses left, and we are done with this particular root word. Sad, lam, woe. 2 verses left. Okay, we're going to start with 339, which they love using. This is a verse that they love using. And you will see why they love using it in a minute. No problem, Hamza. I will do, sir. I will do. So if we look at chapter 339, actually, we're going to read the context. So we're going to start with a verse before. So, and I want you guys to pay attention to what goes on in this verse. There and then invoked Zechariah his Lord. Da'a Zechariah Rabbahu. Da'a. Da'a, the word is basically the word dua that you guys are familiar with. There and then implored, prayed Zechariah to his Lord. Yeah? Implored Zechariah his Lord. There and then invoked Zechariah his Lord. And the word used here is da'a. The word is prayer. So that's the first thing. That's one thing that Zechariah does. Don't be fooled and basically not pay attention to the fact that there are more things that he does over here. So the number one thing he does is that he implores his Lord. And he says, my Lord, grant for me. I'm reading word for word. If it seems a bit odd, it's because I'm reading word for word. My Lord, grant for me from yourself pure children. Indeed, you are the hearer. Oh, no. I should have read the verse before. Sorry, my bad. Let me go back a verse before. 337. Sorry, I apologize, guys. 337. So he accepted her Lord, with acceptance good. And he made her grow a rearing good. And he put her in the care of Zechariah. Write this down. he put her in the care of Zachariah. So Zachariah is responsible for Mary. Don't forget this. Zachariah is made responsible for Mary. Whenever he entered upon it, Zachariah, al-mihrab, we're not going to translate it, it's not necessary. He found with her provision. He said, "O Mary," until the end of the ayah. I don't want you guys to lose attention. So, because I want you guys to pay attention to this. So Zechariah is given the responsibility of Mary. That's number one. And then it says, whenever he entered upon the chamber, whenever, keyword is whenever, which means this is something that he did constantly. He entered this chamber constantly. And every time he entered this chamber, he would find with her being Mary, provision. So notice what you found here. He enters this chamber constantly, and every time he enters, he finds Mary with provision. So the only thing that we can connect mihrab with is that mihrab is where Mary happens to be. So there's nothing indicating a religious building of any kind. There's nothing indicating a mosque or, you know, the stuff that they would like to argue. There's nothing indicating that. The only thing that we can see here is that Mary tends to be in this place, and Zechariah tends to go to this place often. And every time he goes there, he finds her with provision. Now, so we have a connection between this place and Mary. We have a connection between the responsibility given to Zechariah pertaining to Mary, and that he tends to go to this place where she's at often. So every time he goes to this place where she's at, what is he upholding? He is up. I'll put it to you. Every time that he goes to this place, every time Zechariah goes to this place where Mary is at, what is he upholding? I'll put it to you guys in the audience. Every time he goes to this place where Mary is at, what is he upholding? Bear in mind that Zechariah was given the responsibility of Mary. So what is he upholding when he goes there? Take it in. What? His commitment to safeguard Mary. Thank you. I want to see anyone else. Making sure she's all right. By making sure she's all right, Maximilian, would you say that he's upholding his commitment? He's upholding his commitment. Thank you. Can anyone argue that A, remember, he was given responsibility. B, his obligations. Thank you. B, this is a place where she's at. And it's a place where he visits often. Simple responsibility. Thank you. His duty even his duty is upholding his duty. What was his duty? To be responsible for Mary. Are you guys with me? I think we're all on the same page on this one, right? He's given responsibility. Every time he goes where she's at, he's upholding his responsibility, his obligations, his commitment to safeguard Mary. Crystal clear. Thank you. I'll finish the verse. He found with her provision. He said, "O Mary, where for you is this?" She said, it is from God. Indeed, God provides from whom he wills without limit. There and then, here's the second thing that happens here. There and then, Zechariah implored his Lord. There and then, Zechariah implored his Lord. Look at the Arabic for the word implored. This particular action that he does is given a word in Arabic, and that word is da'a. هنالك دعا زكريا ربه. هنالك دعا زكريا ربه. Da'a does not say salah. He implores, Zechariah implores his Lord. He invokes his Lord. He supplicates to his Lord. Now watch this. And then we're given what he says. He said, my Lord, grant for me from yourself pure children. Indeed, you are the hearer of prayers. The word for prayers is du'a'i. Du'a'i. The word for prayers is du'a'i. Now notice, so both times when he implored his Lord, the word dua is used. And in the end, he says, indeed, you are the hearer of dua. It doesn't say you are the hearer of salah. He says, indeed, you are the hearer of dua. So now what do we have? We have the second thing that Zechariah did in this particular place. A, he upheld his commitment by visiting Mary. And B, he prayed to his Lord. Did those two things happen or not? Can anyone tell me those two things did not happen? He did not uphold his commitment by visiting Mary, and he did not pray. Can anyone argue that those two things did not occur? Can anyone argue that? Like, those two things literally took place. It's not even a matter of translating a word. They took place. Zechariah was given responsibility. Zechariah visited where Mary was at, not once, but often. Therefore, what is he doing when he visits her? He's upholding his commitment, which was the responsibility given to him. No argument can be had here. The second thing he did was he prayed to his Lord. And then he finished it with, indeed, you are the hearer of prayers. He honored his responsibility. Absolutely fine. You see, indeed, and then he finished it with, indeed, you are the hearer of prayers. Another thing that I'd like to highlight is the prayer finished, or is he continuing? I'll read the prayer for you. There and then implored Zechariah his Lord. He said, my Lord, grant for me from yourself pure children. Indeed, you are the hearer of prayers. Is the dua finished, or do we have any grounds to assume that he's continuing, that there is more to come? Oh yeah, by the way, was there anything ritualistic about this, or was this off the cuff? Like, was this what's it called, uh, spontaneous, or did he go, oh, it's time for me to pray? Was it it's time for me to pray sort of thing that he did, or was it spontaneous? That's another argument. Thank you for that, Mary. Spontaneous. Thank you. Organic. Thank you. And situational. No ritual here. So answer me. Is the prayer finished? Is the prayer finished? Authentic prayer is spontaneous. Absolutely. Authentic prayer is spontaneous. Absolutely. It wouldn't be prayer otherwise, really. I don't see how it's prayer if it's not spontaneous, but there you go. Opinions are not necessary. It doesn't matter what you feel. What we're trying to understand is what God is telling us in his message. Doesn't matter what you are, what's it called again? Really attached to, what you're really passionate about. Look at the comment that we got, ladies and gents, please. If you don't water the plants regularly, they die out though. Do you know what that is? That's called an opinion. That's something you daily believe. That's something that you're passionate about, which you're entitled to believe. But please do not confuse your opinions with God's message. You can't just add to God's message because you're really passionate about something, because something means a lot to you. It doesn't become a verse in the Quran. So comments like that mean nothing. We're trying to understand what the Quran is saying here. You're correct, Maximilian. Yes. So yeah, that comment really just threw me off. It's typical of the opinionated people. They're not going to pay attention to the facts here. They just want to have their opinions regardless. It's amazing, wallah. But yeah, where were we? So yeah, please answer me. Is the prayer finished, or do we have any grounds to believe that the prayer may continue? So I'll repeat the prayer to you guys. So the prayer was, there and then implored Zechariah his Lord. He said, my Lord, grant for me from yourself pure children. Indeed, you are the hearer of prayers. Is the prayer finished with that statement? Or do we have grounds to believe that Zechariah was going to continue praying? Grounds is what matters here. Continue. Okay. So there's no grounds to basically believe that the prayer is there's more to come. He prayed for what he wanted to pray for. He prayed for children, and then he finished it with, indeed, you are the hearer of prayers. So there's no grounds to even assume that he was continuing with more prayers. So the next verse. Then called him the angels while he was qa'imun yusalla in this place, while he was qa'imun yusalla in this place, that God gives you the good news of John, confirming a word from God and a honorable and chaste prophet from the righteous. From the righteous. So here's the question. So the angels called to him. When did they call to him? While he was doing the following. While he was qa'imun yusalla, while he was standing or upholding, standing/upholding. Yusalla, he was upholding this thing called yusalla in the mihrab, in this particular place. So there is two things that are connected here. This is what they don't understand when they try to intimidate people with Arabic, that we have way more like to play with here. We have bigger tools here to work with than single words here and there. So for instance, what do we have to work with here? What we have to work with here is that the qa'imun yusalla in this particular place are connected. You see, while he was standing yusalla in this particular place. Now, is there a connection between prayer or the prayer that he did and the particular place? Is there a connection between the two? Or could he have prayed for pure children anywhere? I put it to you guys. Could he have prayed for pure children anywhere, or is there a connection between his prayer to be given pure children and this particular place? Is there a connection between the two? Thank you. Anywhere. So the prayer he could have prayed anywhere. There is no connection between the prayer and the place. However, there is a connection between the place and something else that he did there. Guys, remember the discussion earlier. There is two things that he did there. So we removed prayer now. Now there is something else that was connected to this place. There is something else that he did that was connected to this place. Do you guys remember what that particular thing that he did that was connected to this place? Do you guys remember what that was? This mihrab, guarding Mary. Thank you. Guarding Mary was connected to this place. Committing to Mary was connected to this place. You see that? Upholding the responsibility, that there goes Doug. Upholding the responsibility towards Mary was connected to this place. And why is that? Because Mary was there. You see? So the angels came while he was upholding his commitment, his guarding of Mary, his responsibility towards Mary, his duty towards Mary. Can anyone really argue that that was not the case? Was he not upholding his responsibility towards Mary? Was he not guarding Mary? Is that not him upholding his commitment to Mary? Is there an argument that could be made here? And then the second thing that you have here. The second thing that you have is the word while. The second thing that you have here is the word while. So the angels came while. So the word while can only be associated to his commitment in this particular place, because they came while he was committed in this particular place. However, they did not come while he was praying, because the prayer was done by the time they came. As it states in the verse before, it was finished. But the moment he said, indeed, you are the hearer of prayers, the prayer was done. While what? There is no while. The prayer was finished. So the word while can have nothing to do with the prayer, because the prayer was finished. However, they did come down while he was committed in this particular place. Is that not crystal clear? Is that not crystal clear? Seriously. The only reason people use this verse, the only reason he only used this verse, like over and over again, 3-hour video, he kept on using this verse. This was the only verse he used when it comes to Salah. And that's because he hoped that the audience would not notice that the word prayer has been referred to as dua in this particular context, in these verses here. He was hoping people would not notice. So he thought, hey, let me just, there's Salah here, there's a prayer did happen here, so let me just run away with that. But it's crystal clear, is it not? Qayyim is being active, doing something, not standing. Well, I agree with you, but I don't even bother with I never bother arguing single words with them because it's just so cheap. This word means this. No, it means that. No, it means this. Boring. I can prove it. Why argue about one word when I can prove it? Just simply using the immediate context and the wider context. I can prove it. Why argue? It's a waste of time. So there goes that argument, does it not? I think there goes that argument. Now I'm good. Wait, there goes that argument, right? Before I move on. Is there any argument that can be had? Before I move on. Guys, quick, please, so I can move on. This doesn't deserve a long video. I can move on, right? Thank you. I appreciate that. Right. Let me address Maximilian's brilliant comment before I forget. So, going back to the argument of Musalla, perhaps Imad might be satisfied with this argument as well. So Musalla says, Maximilian says, I think Musalla would make sense to mean place of commitment. Take from the station of Abraham, a place of commitment. I wouldn't really have a problem with that whatsoever. I think that might be something that Imad might be satisfied with. I think that would still make it would convey the same point of Abraham being the committed one. So we are to take from the status or station of Abraham a place of commitment, like in a sense, use him as our role model. I would argue, Maximilian, correct me if I'm wrong, that what you're saying in a nutshell is basically to use Abraham as a role model. That's what I take from that statement, really, from that comment of yours. So and I would have absolutely no problem with that. So what do you guys think? What do you guys think of Maximilian's comment there? Especially Imad. Is it my computer that's slow, or you guys just not responding, just leaving me hanging? I don't know what it is. Yeah, like a role model. Yeah, precisely. Which is also referred to in the Quran. Right. So we can move on from that now. Now I think we have what, one left? That's crazy. That's amazing. That's sad. Like, it's this easy, and people have made all kinds of arguments. It's crazy. Okay, so with this particular root word, we've only got one left, ladies and gentlemen. We've only got chapter 4, 102. And the beauty with this verse is that both root words are found in this verse. Both root words are found in this verse. And the beauty with this verse again is also, this is the verse that they constantly refer to make their argument that there is a quote unquote ritual prayer. But we will now find out that it has absolutely nothing to do with the ritual prayer. So with that said, and when you were among them, and you and you led, they put in the translation, you led. Good try. The word is for aqamtu. So again, I'll try. And when you were among them, and you upheld for them, lahum, for them. And when you were among them, and you upheld, actually, it's not even and, it's fa. My God, these translations. Let me try again. And when you were among them, they put were. And when you are among them, so uphold for them. So, and when you are among them, so uphold for them. for them. I want you guys to pay attention to for them here. So for them, evidently, they are not the ones upholding the salah here. The salah is upheld for them. See that? Massively different from, uphold the salah together or anything of the sort. The salah is something upheld for them. Please pay attention to that. And the individual upholding the salah for them is the messenger, second person singular in this particular context. So that's point number one. And then it goes on to say, then let a group of them stand with you. A group stand with you. I want you guys to remember this. You have to pay attention. A group, I was in a hurry, but damn, I'm 2 hours in already. Say, where was I? You threw me off there. Yeah. And let a group of them stand with you. Is it telling me to have some respect? I'm gonna let that slide. Where was I? Yeah. And when you uphold, and when you are among them, so uphold for them the salah, then let a group of them stand with you. So seeing that there's a group standing with the messenger, seeing that there's a group, by definition, there has to be another group. For you to have a group, there has to be another group. if there is no other group, there's no group to discuss. Let a group of them stand with you. So there has to be others. And let them take their arms. So a group of them are standing with the messenger, and let them take their arms. And then it says, فَإِذَا سَجَدُوا, then when they sujood. So the first thing I want you guys to pay attention to is the fact that it says when they sujood. It does not say when you, plural, sujood. It says when they sujood. So let me ask you guys, who's excluded from the term they? Someone is excluded from the term they. Who's excluded here? When they sujood. Who is excluded? The messenger. The messenger is excluded from this term sujood. That's point number one. So if this term sujood was prostration, would the messenger not engage in it? If this term sujood was prostration, would the messenger not engage in it? Is there any argument that can be made to say the word sujood is prostration and yet the messenger does not engage in it for whatever reason? Is there any argument that can be given? Imad, religious position, totally agree with you. Now we're all on the same page. So there is no rational argument that can be made to say the word sujood here is prostration and the messenger does not need to engage in it. Thank you. The second thing is, it goes on to say, فَإِذَا سَجَدُوا فَلْيَكُونُوا مِنْ وَرَائِكُمْ. Then when they sujood, then let them be from behind you. Pay attention. When they sujood, then let them be from behind you. The you here is plural, by the way. So if they are to go behind the messenger and those standing with him, because the you is plural, if they are to go behind the messenger and those standing with him, once they sujood, if they are to do that after they sujood, Where are they standing when they are doing sujood? Where are they standing? I'll give you guys multiple choice options. Are they standing in front of the messenger when they are doing sujood? Are they to the side of the messenger when they are doing sujood? Or are they behind the messenger when they are doing sujood? Bearing in mind that they go behind the messenger once they've done sujood. So where are they before they've done the sujood? So we have a few people saying that they are in front of the messenger when they do sujood. So do they have their back to the messenger, or are they facing the messenger when they do sujood? Do they have their back to the messenger who's upholding the salah for them, or are they facing the messenger who's upholding the salah for them? What are they doing? They are facing the messenger. Thank you very much. So since they are in front of him and they are facing him, if they physically prostrated, then what would that make the messenger? If they are facing the messenger, if they're in front of him, facing him, if they physically prostrated, what would that make the messenger? An idol. An idol. Thank you very much. It would make him an idol. So it's not possible, is it? It's not possible that this is telling us that people were in front of the messenger, prostrated, towards the messenger with the messenger in front of him, and then went behind him. That's not possible, is it? Can anyone argue that it's possible? Impossible, my friend. Not possible. However, what is not only possible, what is a must, is that they must submit to the messenger. They must submit to what the messenger is conveying to them. Do they not? Do they not have to submit to what the messenger is conveying to them before they then go behind him? Do they not need to do that? Can anyone argue that no, they don't need to submit to what the messenger is conveying to them? They don't need to do that. They don't need to submit to the messenger who's upholding the salah for them. They don't need to submit. Can anyone argue that? Of course they would have to submit. And now we understand why the messenger is excluded. They are basically saying we hear and we obey. Couldn't put it better. Sami'na wa ata'na is what they are saying when they submit. They submit by saying we hear and we obey. See, you can't have one without the other. You see that? And then notice what happens afterwards. Then let another group come forward. Then let another group come forward. Now, in order for a group to come forward, where would they have to be? Would they come facing the messenger in order for them to come forward? Would they go behind the messenger in order to come forward? To the side of the messenger in order to come forward? What does come forward mean? Other than, yeah, I did, my bro. I did. I'm sure you'll re-watch the video and you'll definitely catch it, my bro. So yeah, where was I? In order to come forward, you will have to be in front of the messenger. You see? And then now we have the last salah of that particular root word. Then let another group come forward which has not yusallu. Then let another group come forward which has not yusallu. Another group come forward who have not done this particular action called sallu. Yeah? So now here's the interesting part. Remember how we discussed, we don't need to argue about this anymore. We don't need to tiptoe about it anymore. We've seen that throughout every single verse that this particular root word has meant commitment, adherence, following God's laws, etc. We've seen that it fits in every single context. Now, I put it to you guys. This group, it says they have not done this particular yasul yusalla. Yasullu. They have not done this particular yusallu. Sorry, they have not done this particular yusallu. Now, this yusallu is different from the salah in the beginning. That's a different root word that we're going to discuss straight after this. This is another root word. Now, this is the root word that we've been discussing throughout this this video. And we've concluded that this root word is to do with commitment. Now, I'll put it to you guys. What is the purpose of submitting? Actually, I'll put it up. We'll start from the beginning. What is the purpose of the messenger upholding the salah for these people? And what is the purpose of these people submitting to what has been conveyed to them if it is not to commit? Is committing not what comes after the two? After having had something conveyed and then having submitted to it, isn't committing what happens after that? Is that not what happens after that? Is that not the purpose of the first two? Is it not, ladies and gentlemen? Hence why it says, then let another group come forward which has not committed, and let them commit with you. Look at this. They have not committed, and let them commit with you. What is the end goal of all of it? Is for everyone to commit to the message of God. What is the end goal of the message that's being conveyed? What is the end goal of submitting? It's to commit. It's to uphold the duty. Is that not the end goal? Is that not the purpose? Is that not the point being relayed here? Convey the message. When those have submitted, let them go behind you. Let another group come forward which has not committed, and let them commit with you. You see, it's the final goal. Let another group come forward which has not committed, and let them commit with you. And this is the reason why the first salah secured. Thank you. This is the reason why the first salah is only associated with the messenger, because he's conveying the message. When he conveys the message, those who are hearing the message, they submit to it. And then another group comes forward and then basically commits with the messenger, which is the end goal of it all. The end goal of all of it is for everyone to commit. What's the issue here? You see? What is the issue here? Where can someone find me room to argue? Does anyone see any room for argument here? If anyone sees any room for argument, please tell me right now. Because I don't do preaching. No preaching here. You ain't gotta agree with me, nothing. Strictly demonstrable facts. Demonstrable. Has anyone, seriously, has anyone, can anyone recall me adding a word or taking away a word? Let it be a preposition. Does anyone recall me doing any of that? If anyone recalls me doing any of that, please tell me right now. Now, believe it or not, ladies and gents, we are done with that root word. So that root word with Sad Lam Yo, those who'd like to try and intimidate people with Arabic, they can do whatever they want. They can say, no, that's not the root word. The root word is 1, 2, 3. No, no, no. The root word is 5, 6, 7. No problem. Whatever root word you argue, when it comes to the particular context that we have read, all of them mean commitment, adhering, even honoring, adhering, honoring, following closely, duty, all of that fits in. If none of those fit, please tell me right now. If none of those fit, please tell me right now. So now we have one root word left, and that root word is woe south lamb. But again, just so they know that they can never try this mystical, magical Arabic stuff with us. They can have it, they can use whatever root word they want. The argument isn't based on that. The argument is the way this particular word is used in the Quran, we can always identify it from the Quran itself. And all we care about is how God uses these words. That's it. We don't care about anything else. So okay, now we're gonna move on to the other salah, and that it's found in the same verse, like I said. So there was two salats found in the same verse. We've dealt with one salah, which is at the end of this verse when it speaks of let another group come forward who has not salah with you, who has not salah, and let them salah with you. Those two salats over there, that's the root word that we've been discussing. The one salah that we're going to move on to now is the salah found in the beginning. And I'm going to show you guys something very interesting here. And that is that this particular salah is associated to the messenger. Only the messenger. Exclusively the messenger. You see? And when you, second person singular, and when you are among them, faqamta, not and you led. You see, led is a lie. It's not even a bad translation. It's a lie. It's an utter lie. It's a blatant attempt to misguide you. It's a blatant attempt to distort the message. Has nothing to do with led. None whatsoever. However, it's to do with upholding. You see? And when you are among them, it's not even and. Fa. Fa is so or then. When you are among them, so uphold for them. So uphold for them. Now notice what it says. For them. So who's the one upholding the salah here? In this particular context, since it says you, speaking second person singular, uphold for them, who's upholding this salah? This salah is being upheld by the messenger exclusively. Hence why it says, thank you, sir. Hence why it says, then when they sujood, because they are the receivers. The receivers are doing sujood. When they sujood, what is the messenger doing? He's doing the conveying. You see, he's doing the conveying. He's already submitted to these messages. He's conveying the message to them. You see that? So, and proof of that fact is when does this sujood happen? So this sujood happens if we quickly go to 17, which was another verse that they abused. If we go to 17:06, let's go to 17, no, 07. Go to 17:07. Iron Man, 17:07. So 17:07, it says, say, believe in it. Say. So who's being commanded? The messenger. The messenger is told to say, believe in it or do not believe in it. So he's saying this. He's conveying this thing, which is the Quran, this message. He's conveying it to people. What is he telling those people? He's telling those people, believe in it, referring to the Quran, or do not believe. Now, please listen to this. Indeed, those who were given the knowledge from before it, when it is recited to them. No, brother, 17:107, Iron Man, 17:107, I apologize. When it is recited to them, notice the condition here. Not when they recite, when it is recited to them. Not when they recite. Pay attention. When it is recited to them, they fall lil adqani sujada. They fall lil adqani sujada. We'll come back to lil adqani. They fall sujud. So the first thing I want you guys to pay attention to is, number one, they were not reciting. They were not engaged in a ritual. In fact, this is an example when it says when it is recited to them. See, when such and such thing happens. So it's not even something that happened there and then. It's a habit. It's a characteristic that is spoken of. So it's not when they recite, it's when it's recited to them. And the second thing here is they are not commanded. There is no command here for them to do anything. This is a reaction that they give of having had the Quran recited to them or having had the scripture recited to them. So it's not a command. The scripture is recited to them. Thank you. It's a description. The scripture is recited to them. They sujood, among other things, as a response. So what is that? Can anyone argue that's a ritual? No. They're English. I believe me, I agree. So listen to this. What was I saying? So can anyone argue that there's a ritual going on here? No. What is going on here is the same thing given in chapter 4:102. They do sujood when something is recited to them. So sujood happens when something is recited to them. So the same thing in chapter 4:102. The reason it said when they sujood, then let them go behind you, is because the messenger is reciting to them. They do sujood because the messenger who's upholding the salah for them is reciting to them. You don't need to take my word for it. I'll give you more proof. Before I move on, I want to quickly address yakhiruna, which is falling. By the way, even in English, falling, like falling on deaf ears, can be literal or it can be metaphorical. It depends on the context. So the word fall, we cannot be intimidated by. The word down, which they add just to throw you off, is not in there. Yakhiruna has nothing to do with falling down. It's only falling. The word down, they throw that in there to plant an image in your head. Now, a ridiculous argument was made. Again, these people have no shame whatsoever. So what they did was they argued lil afghani is to the chin rather than on the chin. Never in my life have I heard of the term to the chin unless you're talking about a punch to the chin. So unless you're talking about a punch to the chin, how do you use the term to the chin? What is the fall down to the chin? What does that mean? How does it look like? Can someone explain what falling down to the chin means? It's the weirdest preposition I've ever heard associated to chin, to argue for prostration. What does it mean? So help me out here. How can someone just come on camera and make such an argument? What does falling down to the chin mean? To the chin. Can someone show me how that would look like? To. How do you use the word to? Fall to the chin. Help me out here. What does it mean? Seriously. Bro, they repeated it. The funny thing is, I saw it in another channel as well. Another guy was trying to make the same argument. They heard that, they've heard the pushback against on the chin. Like, what do you mean on the chin? They've heard the pushback. So they thought, you know what? Let's be smart and remove the on and use the word to. They thought they fixed something. They genuinely thought they fixed something. So maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Seriously, what does falling to the chin mean? The word to is weird. To? What do you mean? My brother, True Islam, peace, my bro. Good to see you as always. No, bro, they went beyond that. They thought it was smart to remove the word on and simply use the word to. They thought it was some sort of a clever move. What the hell does that mean? It must be me. Prostrate to fall to the chin. To. Unbelievable. Anyways, I can move on from this, right? No, can anyone understand that alleged English by our Finnish brethren? Does anyone understand how that's possible? It's not just me, is it? Prostrate to the chin. What is it? Fall to the chin. Fall to the chin. That's not English. That's exactly what I said. It's not English. Fall to the chin. No problem, my bro. So again, to prove that in chapter 4, 102 is to do with the messenger conveying the message, hence why they sujood and not him, hence why it says they sujood, he's conveying the message to them. It's not English. I promise you, fall to the chin is not English. Literally, it's not English. It's not computable in English. It's another language. It's impossible to say that's it. Wouldn't fall to the chin. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So yeah, to prove that this salah here in chapter 4:102 was the messenger conveying the message, go to same chapter 110. So just a few verses ahead. It's pure gibberish. Pure gibberish. Okay. Say, invoke God or invoke the most gracious by whatever name you invoke him. By the way, remember it says say. So this is something the messenger is saying. To who? To people. He's told to say this. So he's telling this to people. Say, invoke God or invoke the most gracious. By whatever name you invoke him by, then to him belongs the best of names. And do not, then to him belongs the best of 110, brother. Same chapter, 110. 17, 110. And do not be loud in your salah. Bisalatika, second person, singular. The person being spoken to here is the messenger. Bisalatika. And do not be loud in your salah. You see that? And in case you did not know what his salah is, it will be clarified for you. And do not be silent therein. So his salah is something that he can be loud in, something that he can be silent in. But seek a way in between. But he's told to seek a way in between. This is the messenger's salah. It continues. And say, waqul, and say. You see that? So do not be loud in your salah, nor be silent, but find a way in between and say. So this thing that he's saying is him saying it not loudly, not silently, but in a middle tone. And this thing that he's saying is his salah. I repeat, do not be loud in your ... nor be silent in your ... but find a way in between and say. Notice the connection. You notice the connection. It's not finished. And say. And what does he say? He says, all praise be to God, the one who has not taken a son. So this thing that he's saying, he is conveying the message of God. He's conveying the Quran. Do you get it? What he's saying comes from the Quran. And what he's saying that comes from the Quran, he is to not say it loudly, he is to not say it silently, but to find a way in between. And he is to say, which is from the Quran, all praise be to God, the one who has not taken a son, and not there is for him a partner in his dominion, and not there is for him an ally out of weakness, and magnify him constantly, and magnify him constantly. Who is this being told to? Who is this being told to? Guys, who is the messenger conveying this message to? Is he conveying it to the audience? Is he telling the audience, magnify him, meaning God, constantly? Or is he telling God, magnify God constantly? Who is he saying this to? Is he telling God that there is not for him a son? Or is he telling this to the people? Or is he telling God that there is not for him a partner in his dominion, and there is not for him an ally out of weakness? Who is he conveying this message to? He's conveying this message to the people. Okay. Is what he's conveying his salah, which is neither to be conveyed loudly nor silently, but to be said in a middle tone? Is what he's conveying his salah? Is what the messenger is conveying his salah? So what the messenger is conveying is his salah. Remember, it said, do not say your salah out loudly, nor silently, but find a way in between and say. So is that his salah? Come on, ladies and gents. I refuse to be a preacher. Come on, ladies and gents. So this is the messenger's salah. Okay. Thank you. So the messenger's salah. So the messenger's salah is his conveying of the message, which is why in chapter 4, 102, which is why it said, when you uphold for them the salah, because he is the one conveying the message. And that is the reason why they do sujood, as opposed to you all. Do we have an understanding here? Is that crystal clear? Pretty clear, right? Now, what do we call this salah? So knowing that in chapter 17, 106 to 111, in that context, the Prophet Salah is what God asked him to say to the people. Thank you very much. So what we have read so far, ladies and gents, are chapter 4, 102, and we've read chapter 17, 106, up until the end of that chapter. And what we have found from those two chapters is that we found the messenger conveying the message, and we have found people reacting to the message conveyed by the messenger. So I repeat, we have found the messenger conveying the message, and we have found people reacting to the message conveyed by the messenger. Are we all on the same boat on that? Is anyone left behind? I think we're all on the same boat on that, right? Absolutely. This is also the messenger's commitment. Absolutely. Absolutely. So now the question is, what can this word salah mean? Considering, at least to the messenger now, messenger or not, considering that the word has been associated with something the messenger does, which is the conveying of the message to the people. So now what we have is we have a messenger who has a message from God, and then he conveys that message from God to people. And the act of him doing so is referred to as something. What could that be? Remember, we have a messenger who has a message from God, and he conveys that message to the people. Now, what could the act of him doing so be referred to? His responsibility. Thank you. What else? What else could it be? Come, let me tell you. Beautiful. This is what he's telling people. So, what is the messenger doing when he conveys this act? Brilliant, brilliant, the true Islam. Brilliant. Aqimus Salah. Brilliant. He's doing Aqimus Salah. But what is it in English? What is it that we can observe going on? There's something that we can observe going on when the messenger conveys something from God to the people. There is something being established. How about that? What is this thing being established when a message from God is conveyed to the people from the messenger? What is being established? He's making the connection between people and God. Connection. He's making the connection between people and God. Can anyone argue? Can anyone argue that what is taking place, when the messenger conveys the message from God to the people, that what is established is not a connection between the people and their maker? Can anyone argue that a connection is not being established? Or as my friend put it, Hot Spring, he put it, honestly, he put it so well. I don't understand how any rational human being could argue against this. He said he's making the connection between the people and God. Now I'll put it to you guys. Is when the messenger is conveying the message, is he making the connection between the people and God, or is he not? Is that what's taking place or not? Funny that we have someone in the comments saying, I'm trying to just fit in. I'm not even saying anything. I'm leaving it to the audience. You don't know my style. I'm leaving it to the audience. I'm not even saying anything. Am I saying anything? Am I really telling you guys this is what it must be and this is what it is? Do you guys see any of that kind of behavior from me? Another thing of mine that was dismissed and basically taken the piss out of is that I said that these are Salah sessions. When the messenger is conveying the message to the people, they are having a session of which the messenger teaches them the message. The verse comes to mind. He teaches them the book and the wisdom. He's teaching them the book. When he conveys the message, he's teaching them the book. So imagine someone argued with me. They thought it was a ha-ha situation when I said that when the messenger conveys the message to the people, that is basically he's teaching them. It's a session. He's schooling them in what God wants, from them. They found the aha moment. Is he not schooling them? Is it not schooling? Is it not teaching? Is he not teaching when he conveys the message? They're using Sunni arguments without realizing. It's Sunnis that argue teaching is something else. So where was I? So far, what we have found in these two chapters that we have read are messenger conveys the message, and those are Salah sessions where the messenger conveys the message and people come and take part. Can I move on? Move on to the next one. We have been so disconnected that we can't make sense of figures of speech. Absolutely. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to see more of that. Now I'm going to address my friend's verse 73:20. 73:20 is so long, but there is something consistent here that I want you guys to pay attention to. But I'll read the full verse anyway. I can't read the word for word because that would be a headache. Oh, wait, hey, I nearly did the ritual there. Nearly did it. Your Lord knows that you meditate. They put the word meditate here. The word is stand. So every time I catch them, with funny translations, I'll go to the word for word. The word is stand. So in other words, the word is uphold. When you uphold, when you stand up for, when you represent. So your Lord knows that you uphold during 2/3 of the night or half of it, or 1/3 of it. And so do some of those who believed with you. God has designated the night and the day, and He knows that you cannot always do this. He has pardoned you. Instead, you shall read what you can of the Quran. Bear that in mind. You shall read what you can of the Quran. He knows that some of you may be ill, others may be traveling in pursuit of God's provision, and others may be striving in the cause of God. You shall read what you can of it and observe the Salah. I repeat, you shall read what you can of it and observe the Salah. You shall read what you can of it and observe the Salah. Please bear that in mind. And give the Zakah. And lend God a loan of righteousness. Whatever good you send ahead on behalf of your souls, you will find it with God far better and generously rewarded. And implore God for forgiveness. God is forgiver, most merciful. Now, as you guys can see from this verse, the only two things that stand out and that are associated with each other is the reciting of the Quran and the establishing of Salah. Reciting of the Quran and the establishing of Salah. In fact, this one we can even involve our Sunni and Shia brethren. Everyone can have fun with this one. Is there an establishing of Salah without reciting the Quran? I put it to you guys again. Can you establish Salah without reciting the Quran? The first people that we can already strike off this argument are the Sunnis and the Shias. The Sunnis and the Shias will never argue that you can uphold Salah without reciting the Quran. They will never make that argument. Never in a million years will they make that argument. So we can see a clear connection here, a conjunction even, between reciting the Quran and upholding the Salah. Meaning you can't uphold the Salah without reciting the Quran. A Sunni and Shia must agree. They don't even have an argument there. So that's the only consistent thing we can see here, which shouldn't surprise us considering the last two chapters that we read. The messenger was conveying the Quran when he upheld his Salah. You see? No Quran, no Salah. See that? So we see the same thing here again. Uphold, recite, you shall read what you can of it, the Quran, and observe the Salah. Twice. You shall read what you can of the Quran. Twice. You shall read what you can of the Quran. Once. He knows that some of you may be ill, others may be traveling in pursuit of God's provisions, and others may be striving in the cause of God. You shall read what you can of it and observe the Salah. Twice. You see that? Opinions don't matter. Prove it from the Quran. You see that? So again, we have the same issue here. Salah, Quran. And by the way, the people who are upholding the Salah or upholding the Salah with the messenger here, they did so of their own free will. They were not commanded to do so. There is no command there whatsoever. And so do a group of those with you. And others are traveling. So it's optional. However, for the messenger, in the same chapter, if we go to the beginning of it, chapter 73, and this will explain the last verse. If we go to the beginning of chapter 73, Ayman, the beginning of the same chapter. So it says, here's where the messenger is commanded to basically uphold the Salah at night or recite at night. O you cloaked one, uphold during the night. Qumil layla illa qalila. Uphold during the night, except a little. Half of it or a little less or a little more, and read the Quran. And read it with attention and distinction. You see? Read the Quran. So the messenger here is commanded. This is a command. I repeat, just so no one thinks there's any opinion of mine. What does it say? O you cloaked one, uphold during the night except a little, half of it or a little less, or a little more, and read the Quran with attention and distinction. And then it says, indeed, we will direct upon you, alayka, single, just in case someone tries to make this plural, alayka, single, a heavy message or a heavy saying or words. So this is the reason we read in the last verse of this same chapter, the messenger reciting the Quran late at night, because he was commanded to do so. However, others simply decided to join him. There is no command anywhere for others, only the messenger. And the reason is also given. Indeed, we will direct upon you a heavy word. Indeed, the rising of the night is more intense and potent and proper in thought. You see that? So a reason is given why he's to read at night. He's to read it at night so that he can really ponder on it. You see? And the reason why he needs to ponder on it at night is given in the next verse. Look at the next verse. Indeed, for you during the day is prolonged activities. Indeed, for you during the day is prolonged activities. Notice how it just explained itself. It's a command for the messenger to recite during the night. The reason why at night was given, because it's more potent, and also why it's more convenient is given, because during the day you are busy with prolonged activities. Is that not clear? Is that not clear? And that explains why in the last verse of this same chapter, the messenger is upholding the salah during the night. Is that not clear? If it's not clear, please tell me. Crystal clear. Did I add anything? No additions, no subtractions, nothing. Okay. I think there goes chapter 73. We can move on now. Where should we move on to? Where should we move on to? We'll move on to 62, 9, and 11. There's another thing I want to make clear here. Okay, 62, 9 up into 11. O you who believed, when the call is made for the congregation on the day of... Man, these translations. Let me do it again. O you who believe, when the call is made for the salah on the day of congregation, then hasten to the remembrance of God and leave the business. That is better for you if you happen to know. I'm going to jump to 11. Actually, before people say stuff, I'll read the next verse as well. Then when concluded the salah, then disperse in the land and seek from the bounty of God, and remember God much frequently so that you may succeed. Pay attention to this one. And when they saw a business deal or entertainment, they flocked to it, and they left you standing. I repeat, they left you standing. Second person singular. Say, he's told. The second person singular who's left standing is told to say. What is he told to say? What he's told to say is from the Quran again. What is with God is better than the sport and entertainment, and God is the best of providers. So what is happening here again? Is the messenger conveying the message to people? Hence why it says they left you standing, and hence why he's told to say, and what he's told to say is from the Quran. is the messenger conveying the message again in this particular context? Ladies and gents, the purpose of Salah is remembrance. And then what we have is the messenger being left standing. And he says after them what he's told to say from the Quran. So again, we have the same thing, do we not? We have the messenger conveying the message. Okay. Another thing that is clear here is that the Salah here is referred to as, or the purpose of Salah here is referred to as remembrance of God. So listening to the messenger convey the message of God is referred to as the remembrance of God. So the Quran itself is referred to as the remembrance of God. Does anyone have a problem with that? The Quran itself is referred to as the remembrance of God. That's the purpose of the Quran. Now, with that said, we go to unbelievable. Our wonderful ritualistic, the people who say they follow the model of the Prophet. Look at their comments. Unbelievable. Where were we? Such great role models. So yeah, chapter 20:14. It's the reminder, yes. 20:14. Ladies and gents, if you can go to 20:14. And do me a favor, moderators, remove any untoward comments, please. People can have whatever arguments they want, but no nonsense. So 20:14. So what do we have here? Indeed, I am God. There is no God except me. So worship me / serve me and establish the Salah for my remembrance. Yeah, remove Khalil's comment, please. So over here, Moses is being spoken to, as I'm sure you're all aware of. So Moses is told to worship God or serve God and establish the Salah, establish the connection, and then we're given the reason for it, namely, for my remembrance. Now, does anyone have any doubt whatsoever that this is exactly the same as what we have been discussing all along? Like the verse before that. Is it the same thing, or what do you guys reckon? Do you think Moses is simply establishing the connection between him and God, or us and God, by conveying and paying attention to that which he received from God? Or do we have an argument here? Yes, absolutely. Crystal clear, right? Same thing. Thank you very much. Right, where do we go again? Now, this is the part where it applies to us. This part applies to us. 35:29. 35:29. Iron Man, 35:29. 3 hours, man. This is what I mean. I ain't like these YouTube mother, because it takes too much time. It takes way too much time. Yeah, where were we? 35:29. You got that, yeah? Okay, guys, pay attention to this, yeah? Indeed, those who recite the book of God and they Salah. Those who recite the book of God and they aqimu salah, and they spend from what we have provided for them secretly and publicly, and they expect an investment that will never perish. What's the connection that's been made here again? Reciting the book and observing the salah. And this time it's plural, speaking to all of us. Reciting the book. They know it's game over. They're panicking. Reciting the book and observing the salah. Are we seeing the same thing here again? Are we seeing the same thing here again? Can we observe the salah without reciting the book? Can we observe the salah without reciting? And by the way, not necessarily the book, the prescription, or the decrees, or the commands of God, or the dictates of God, or the writ of God. Can we observe the salah without those things that is between us and God? Can we, ladies and gents? So we have the same trajectory here, don't we? We have the same thing going on here, do we not? Do we see anywhere where it could have taken a left turn? Is there an argument here? Reciting the Quran equals connection. Absolutely. Tell me, say it. Tell me, say reciting the Quran does not equal connection, or we don't connect to God by reciting the Quran, or pondering on that which is from God. Do we not connect to God by pondering on that which is from God? In a nutshell, is that not how we connect to God? Is there another way? Absolutely. So notice we have the same thing here. So still no issues, right? We still have nothing to suggest that there is any kind of argument whatsoever. Okay, what do we have left? What do we have left? Is there even a point to this? It's a waste of time. Should we go to the timings, the so-called timings? Should we go to that one? Let's go to the timings. Let's go to that one. Actually, yeah, speaking of timings, let's get rid of one ASAP. 2458. Let's just get rid of this one ASAP. 2458. We'll come back to that one, Iron Man. Let's start with 2458. Okay, 2458. Oh, you who believe. Word for word is a headache. Oh, you who believe. Permission must be requested by your servants and the children who have not attained puberty. This is to be done in 3 instances: before the dawn salah, at noon, and when you change your clothes to rest, and after the night salah. These are private times for you. At other times, it is not wrong for you or them to mingle with another. God thus clarifies the revelations for you. God is omniscient, most wise. Now, first and foremost, do we have a command in this verse? Is there a command pertaining to Salatul Isha and Salatul Fajr? Is there a command? Are we commanded to uphold Salatul Isha and Salatul Fajr in this verse? Do we have a command here? These lies have to stop, man. These you can't say you believe this is the word of God and just lie about it brazenly. So we have no commands in this particular verse pertaining to the word Salah. Can anyone argue that we have a command pertaining to the word Salah in this verse? Nope, there's no command. It's just simply not there. You know, it's either there or it's not. And it's simply not there. Second thing is the word salah. So far, have we found it to be a religious term or is it a colloquial term? I repeat, the word salah, have we found it to be a religious term or have we found it to be a colloquial term determined by the context? In case you guys don't remember, not a religious term. Thank you very much. In case you guys don't remember, not religious. The only words we found so far is commitment, adherence, connection, following closely, honoring. All of those words are colloquial words. They have nothing religious attached to them whatsoever. So seeing that these words are not religious, when it says Salatul Isha and Salatul Fajr, what grounds do we have to say that it's speaking about something religious? What grounds? What grounds do we have to say that these people's dawn connection and evening connection was something to do with religion? Is that the only connections you have at dawn and during the evening? Is that the only obligations that people can have during the dawn and during the evening? Is that the only adherence that people uphold during the dawn and during the evening? What grounds do we have to associate Salatul Isha and Salatul Fajr in this particular verse with religion? What grounds? Could it be, is it a specific type of connection being spoken of that is associated to dawn and Isha? Or is it really just general, any connection that they may have or anyone may have, any obligation that anyone may have, any adherences that anyone may have? Only if we have preconceived ideas that Salah is namaz. I agree. I'm saying in this particular context, I know I only read a verse, we can read the context, it's not a problem. Is there anything suggesting that it's speaking about religion in this particular context? Of course, the word Salah will have something to do with religion in other contexts, but in this context, do we have grounds? It could be anything, right? We literally don't have any grounds. Thank you very much. So A, there's no commands pertaining to Salatul Fajr and Salatul Isha. And B, there is nothing to suggest that Salatul Fajr and Salatul Isha in this particular verse, in this particular context, has anything to do with religion. So there's no argument to be had here, is there? Can I move on? Is there any argument to be had here? In fact, there is something to suggest that this is something general because it speaks about them sleeping in the daytime and taking off their clothes to go to sleep. So this is just talking about their average day and the things they do on average. To connect to God, you don't need any specific time. Thank you very much. So now we can move from 2458. Right? We can move from 2458. Now we're going to move to, we're going to start with 11114. We're going to start with 11,114. And this one, there is a particular word in the Arabic that just ends the argument. I mean, obviously, there's more that could end the argument, but there is one particular word where they couldn't even use the one skill that they think they have, which is to just intimidate people with mystical, magical Arabic. I speak Arabic. Go learn Arabic. I'm the greatest. I speak Arabic. That's the one argument they have. They can't argue. These people are not bright. You've seen it yourselves. That argument won't work in this particular verse, and I'll show you. So this verse says, وَأَقِمِ الصَّلَاةَ طَرَفِيِ النَّهَارِ وَزُلَفًا مِنَ اللَّيْلِ. وَأَقِمِ, by the way, is second person singular. The person spoken to is again the messenger. Second person singular. It's not plural. So when someone ignores that this is single and they make it plural, are they not falsifying the words of God? Are they not fabricating lies in the name of God? Like, God knows how to use plural. In fact, I showed you guys where he used plural in 35:29. Those who recite the book of God and uphold the Salah. That was plural. You see? This, he's using singular on purpose. He's using singular on purpose. So, what do you guys think of someone who ignores? Baby, pass me that, please. So, what do you guys? No. So, what do you guys think of someone who ignores what God has chosen and basically decides to convey a fabricated statement about God? Specifically says wa'aqimi. That's the first one. Secondly, they like to add in words that are not there. So they will add, usually they will add at the. So they'll say aqimi salah at the. The word at and the word the is not in the Arabic. There is no at the in the Arabic. The reason they use the terms at the is because at the specifies a particular point in time or a particular point or a particular place. In this particular context, they would like to use it as though it's referring to a particular time. That's why they use the term at the. But at the is not in the Arabic. What is in the Arabic is simply uphold the Salah, two ends. Uphold the Salah, two ends. There's no at the. Please pay attention to that. Yeah, they're doing everything they can. So uphold the Salah, two ends of the day. Now watch what follows. And I think I spoke about this in the previous video, but it amazes me how the lack of intellect is amazing. I've never seen intelligence this bad, honestly. I don't even think it could be referred to as intellect. It's anything but intellect. Anyways, so it says, uphold the Salah, two ends of the day, وَزُلَفًا مِنَ اللَّيْلِ. Again, they throw in the term at the. وَزُلَفًا, they throw in the term at the. There is no at and there is no the. وَزُلَفًا can only mean near. It can't even be approach. It can only mean near. And the reason it can only mean near is because it's plural here. And in the Arabic, they have a dual plural and they have plural of three and more. This is not dual. This is three or more. So it's and uphold the Salah, two ends of the day, and near of the night. Now the night will no longer work. Because of the term zulufan, night will no longer work. Because zulufan here is a plural of 3 or more. And this is the word that I meant that destroys them. Zulufan here is plural of 3 or more. There is no 3 ways of being near the night. There are no 3 ways or more of being near the night. So night cannot be. It can't be night either. It can only be the dark. Because the dark has more than 3 ways, 3 or more ways of being near it. You see? The dark has 3 or more ways of being near it. To make matters worse, there is a conjunction going on here. Because ends of the day, even if you, for argument's sake, near the night, there is no distinction between the two. Near the night is by definition end of the day, or even both ends of the day are near the night by definition. They are close to the night. They're not night, they're close to the night. You see? There is no of as well at the 2 ends, probably. Yeah, there is no of as well. Yeah, good point. There's no of as well. So notice even the distinction they try to fit doesn't work. I'll put it to you guys. What is the distinction between near the night and end of the day, or ends of the day? Give me the distinction between near the night and ends of the day. When does ends of the day finish and near the night begin? I dare anyone to tell me that. Someone tell me when ends of the day finishes and near the night begins. Make a distinction between the two. Can anyone make a distinction between ends of the day and near the night? Is there a distinction? You can't. Of course you can't, because there is no distinction. Near the night is by definition on the side of the day. I mean, it's not day, it's not night, it's on the side of the day. No, absolutely no distractions in yours, my friend. Absolutely none, my bro. So yeah, but like I said, to make matters worse, the Zulufan here, the near, is more than 2. It's 3 or more. So since it's 3 or more, is even day and night being spoken of? Is there 3 or more ways to be near the night? Absolutely, it would be sunset, and sunset by definition would be near the night. So is there, I'll put it to you guys, is there 3 or more ways to be near the night? Clearly not, right? If there is no 3 or more ways to be near the night, it can't be discussing the night, then can it? It can't be discussing time at all, can it? There's no indication of time being spoken of. Maximilian, great question. This is what I'm about to answer now. So there's sides of the day and end sides of the day and near the night is the same thing. The only thing that's spoken of there is basically a period that is somewhat dark. It's not fully dark, it's darkening. You see, the end of the day and near the night is a period of darkening. Now, to prove that it's discussing that period of darkening, Listen to what follows. Inna hasanata yudhibna sayyi'ata. Indeed, the good deeds remove the evil deeds. Indeed, the good deeds remove the evil deeds. Indeed, here is an explanation of what you have just been told. Absolutely, Hot Spring. Indeed, here is an explanation of what you have just been told. Namely, to uphold the Salah is you doing a good deed. You see, when the messenger upholds the Salah, or if anyone would like to do as he did, when you uphold the Salah, you are doing a good deed. So notice, Salah, good deed. And then you have yudhibna sayyi'ata. You have, it removes the evil deeds. And in the same verse you have what is removed here, which is tarafi nahar wa zulfan min al-layl. Ends of the day and near the dark. So that darkening period is basically equated to the evil period of darkness. Good deed, uphold Salah. Uphold Salah, remove the evil deeds, which is the period of darkness, which is just coming on. You see? So period of darkness, evil. Salah, good deed. Please understand, doing good deeds and good deeds removing evil deeds have nothing to do with time. There is no particular time where good deeds would not remove evil deeds. Unless someone would like to argue that there are particular times where, good deeds remove evil deeds and times when it doesn't, time is not what's being discussed here. What's being discussed or what's being highlighted is a period of darkness removed by the upholding or the establishing of the connection, which is the conveying of the message, and that will then remove this period of darkness, which is then seen as evil. Yes, darkness is ignorance, absolutely, and ignorance is, there's no evil like ignorance. You see? So can anyone really argue that time is being discussed here? Is what's being discussed time, or is what's being discussed good deeds, darkness, and evil? And expand this mission up to close proximity of the darkness of ignorance. Absolutely. Bottom line is, this is to do with darkness. And that darkness is removed by the upholding of connection. And darkness and evil are, used interchangeably, regardless of the language. Can anyone argue that time is being spoken of here? These lot should pay me. I'm going to hide their name. Can anyone seriously argue that time is spoken of in this verse? Connecting with God prohibits immorality and sin. Absolutely. That's gonna be the next verse that we have to go to. Uphold this salah at times of darkness to make way for times of light. Beautiful. Oof. Maximilian is killing it. Beautiful. Does anyone have an argument with that? Before I move on, I don't give lectures to people. It's not what I do. There's no time here, is there? Because verily good deeds alleviate the influence of evil deeds. Absolutely. So I don't think anyone is arguing that oh, we have, obviously it's speaking of time. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Why is it obvious? Can someone help me why this individual now said that it's obviously speaking of time and the word connection is not literally mentioned? Okay, well, all right, what would you like it to be? What is he upholding? Two ends of the day. Of is not in there as well, my friend. I remembered. Well said. Two ends of the day and near. By the way, near is plural of three. Could you tell me how you can have three ways or more of being near the night, Mr. the Quranist? Okay, what is he doing? What is he doing that is referred to as good deeds, removing evil deeds? What is he doing? That is exclusive to the messenger, by the way. What is he doing? And by the way, you also have to tell us was Zulfan min al-layl, near the night. Zulfan mean being plural of three. What three ways of being near the night are there? Go on, tell us. I think I can move on. That's not a serious argument. All right. 17. Okay, do me a favor. What's it called? These people are gonna have to learn to watch their mouth, man. Where's he at? Renegade. Yo, Renegade, you there? Where's my moderators, man? Renegade, remove Quranis, bro. Remove him completely. Well, actually, he can watch. He can watch, but don't let him comment. Until he learns how to speak. Where were we? Shall we move on to 1778? No, Renegade, you're still there, bro. It hasn't been deleted. Read above you. The Quranist. Get rid of his nonsense. Oh my lord, coming up to 4 hours. I mean, if you say it's deleted, then I believe you, bro. But it's just my laptop. I don't know. I don't know. It must be my laptop. Then so it is. All right, 1778. We can move on from 11114, right? And I'm nothing left to go in 11114. No problem. It's probably gone. Where were we? Does anyone, from a serious audience, does anyone have any questions regarding 11114, or can we move on? I think we can move on. All right, we can move on. 1778. Ayman. 1778. All right, people. Here we go. And observe the Salah. Again, they put at the. The word at the is not in the Arabic. In fact, the word that is in the Arabic would basically end the entire argument. The word liduluki, li, is for or to. They could perhaps argue to or for, not at or the. So in other words, uphold, again, aqimi, by the way, single, second person singular. Observe the salah for decline of the sun. There's no the either. For, or as our friend likes to translate it, for fading away, not the, for fading away of the sun. Observe the salah for fading away of the sun towards, ila, towards ghasaq, the obscurity, towards the obscurity of the night. Wa Qur'an al-Fajr, and Qur'an of the dawn. A friend of mine taught me that the word of is in there somehow. I trust him, so I'll go with it. It changes nothing. Wa Qur'an of the dawn, and Qur'an of the dawn. Indeed, the Qur'an of the dawn was witnessed. Now let's pay attention to this verse. So the first portion. Observe the salah for decline of the sun towards the obscurity of the night. Is there any part of that that suggests that you should observe the salah at a certain time? Is there an at a certain time from that statement? From the statement, I repeat again, observe the salah for fading away of the sun towards the obscurity of the night. Is that a time, or is that discussing something else? To give you an idea of what it's discussing, look what it's followed with. And the Quran of the dawn. And the Quran of the dawn. Not the Quran at the dawn, but rather the Quran of the dawn. Now, it's interesting that it says the Quran of the dawn, because there is something that is being compared to. And that is غسق الليل قرآن الفجر. Look at it. غسق الليل قرآن الفجر. The obscurity of the night. It's obscure. It's obscure. You can't see anything. You can't tell the shape of anything. You cannot tell anything. It's obscure. The obscurity of the night. And then it's put besides وَقُرْآنَ الْفَجْرِ, and the Quran of the dawn. Look at the opposites being played here. The obscurity of the night and the Quran of the dawn. See that? The Quran is like the dawn. It brings about a new dawn. You see? Or even the other way. This dawn that has clearly been brought forth, the Quran of it. You see? And remember what Quran means, reading. Remember what reading means. Reading is analyzing, comprehending, etc., etc. So the dawn possesses all of this. It gives you the ability to analyze, to read and comprehend, etc., etc. Whereas the night gives you obscurity. You see that? Or the other way, the night brings about obscurity. And the dawn brings about clarity, brings about the ability to read. Or the Quran brings about the dawn. You were in darkness, the Quran brings about the dawn. So many ways to see this. So many ways. And then it gets worse when it says, Inna Quran al-Fajr kana mashhuda. Indeed, the Quran, it is witnessed. Here we have a demonstrable argument that this cannot have anything to do with time. Because if you say, indeed, the Quran, the dawn, wow, how would you say that? The Quran of dawn, okay, let's go with that one. The Quran of dawn is witnessed, then you have specified a certain time where it is witnessed. Are we not witnessing the Quran right now? Can the Quran not be witnessed any other time? Or is the witnessing of the Quran any other time less potent than during the dawn? They would have to make that argument if they're going to argue that this has anything. Thank you very much. The dawn is a description of the Quran. Absolutely. Yeah, they would have to argue that they would somehow have to argue because it's been specified here. So they would have to argue that the Quran is somehow more witnessed at dawn than any other time. How they would make that argument, I'll leave it to them. But it's quite clear to the rest of us that nothing about this is speaking of time. In fact, this is no different to the last verse that we read. This is good deeds removing evil deeds. The Quran being the dawn, the Quran being, yes, the dawn ushered in Quran is evident to all. Wow, I couldn't put it better than that. That's a perfect translation. That is a perfect translation. As I was saying, this is exactly the same as the last verse. The last verse told us, pertaining to Salah, good deeds remove evil deeds. This verse is telling us, pertaining to Salah, that the Quran is the dawn and it will remove this fading away of sun that is going towards the obscurity of the dark or the obscurity of the night. The upholding of the Salah, the dawn, which is the Quran, will remove this. You see? So is it any different from the last verse that we read? Can anyone argue that 11,114 and 1778 aren't saying the same thing? Or that they are perhaps speaking of time? Can anyone argue that they're speaking of time? So before I move on, can anyone argue it's speaking of time? They're the same, aren't they? Is there any time here? Time, people? Do we have time here? Same thing. Thank you very much. There is no time. There is no Arabic. You could be a native Arab. That will not change the fact here. There's no time here. Okay. Now, another. Okay. Do I have any? Give me an idea, because I'm running out of arguments here. Like I don't even know what are they arguing? What are they really arguing? What are they arguing? Let's go to chapter 2, 238. Let's remove that one. And as for chapter 2, 238, we'll read the context. Say we'll start from 35. You commit no sin by announcing your engagement to the women, or you keep it secret. God knows you will think about them. Do not meet them secretly unless you have something righteous to discuss. Do not consummate the marriage until their interim is fulfilled. You should know that God knows your innermost thoughts and observe him. You should know that God is forgiver, clement. You commit no error by divorcing the women before touching them or before setting the dowry for them. In this case, you shall compensate them, the rich as he can afford, and the poor as he can afford, an equitable compensation. This is a duty upon the righteous. If you divorce them before touching them, but after you had set the dowry for them, the compensation shall be half the dowry, unless they voluntarily forfeit their rights, or the party responsible for causing the divorce chooses to forfeit the dowry. To forfeit is closer to righteousness. You shall maintain the amicable relations among you. God is seer of everything you do. So this is the context before 238, my friend. Chapter 2, 238. So notice that the context so far has been speaking about laws pertaining to divorce, laws pertaining to relationships. That's what it's discussing. What we're going to do is we're going to jump 38 and 39 because we're going to go back to it. We're going to go to 40 and continue from 40 to show you that the context continues. So chapter 2, 240. Those who die and leave wives, a will shall provide their wives with support for a year, provided they stay within the same household. If they leave, you commit no sin by letting them do whatever they wish, so long as righteousness is maintained. God is Almighty, most wise. The divorcees shall be provided for equitably. This is a duty upon the righteous. God thus explains his revelations for you that you may understand. So that is the context of which 238 is found in. I've just given you guys the context of which 238 is found in. Now we will read 238 and see where it fits with the context, if it can be taken out of context and associated with whatever like people are attempting to do. Let's read that verse now. So 238 in the context that we just read says, God strictly over the Salah, and the Salah the wusta, and stand firm for God with total devotion. Is there a ritual prayer being discussed here? Can anyone possibly get a ritual prayer being discussed here in this verse in the context which I've just read to you guys? I'm going to read the next verse again to sort of just nail the entire argument. And if you feared, then on foot or riding, then when secure, then remember God as he taught you what not you knew. So in that context, I've read both verses for you guys now. Can you fit in a ritual prayer? Can you fit in a ritual prayer? A target, a purpose, yes. Can you fit in a ritual prayer here in this particular context? Can anyone argue not only a ritual prayer, but we're going to get the middle of the ritual prayer? Can that really be argued here? The middle of, a minimum 3, 2. The middle of 3. Can anyone argue that? It's not serious, is it? It's not a serious argument at all. However, what we do have, considering that what was discussed are laws pertaining to relationships. I know, bro. Considering that what we have discussed are laws pertaining to relationships, what we do have is to guard strictly your relations. Connections are what? Relations. In this particular context, what was discussed? Relations. So guard your relations. And the utmost, now here's the most important relation. Guard strictly your relations and the Salatil Wusta, and the best relation or the best connection. And what would that be? The connection we have with our Maker. So we are to guard strictly our relationships, our relations, and the best connection, which is the connection between us and our Maker, or the best relation, or the balanced connection, or the balanced relation, which is the one between us and our Maker. Now, considering that what was discussed are a bunch of laws pertaining to relationships, does it not stand to reason that in this particular context, the connection in question is that between you and those you have relationships with? And when it says the Salatil Wusta, that would be the most balanced connection, or the best connection, or the best relation, or the best obligation, you name it. Do we have an argument here? Do we have an argument? Coming up to 4 hours. You guys have killed me, man. Do we have an argument? But after tonight, no one should ever balance relations. Absolutely. After tonight, no one should ever intimidate you guys with Salah. Ever. You can't be intimidated with Salah. How? There's not a single stone we've left unturned. Not one. Honestly, I don't think there's anything left with Salah. Is there anything left with Salah? Oh, okay. One more. I'm going to address the Mushrik Salah. Absolutely. Now we're going to address the Mushrik Salah, which is one that they all run away from. None of them know what to do. 9-5. Then when expired, ignore these translations because that's not what we're addressing now. Then when expired the sacred months, then kill the associators wherever you found them, and punish them and besiege them, and sit in wait for them at every place of ambush. But if they repented, so if they repented and they observe Salah and they give Zakah, then leave them alone on their way. Indeed, God is forgiving, merciful. I'll touch on wudu. God is forgiving, merciful. So this is a Salah expected from the mushriks. This is a Salah expected from the mushriks. Now, rather than do as they do and just guess what things are and insist what things are and just bang your fist on the table and go, this is what it is, we can prove it. We don't need to argue about it. Now, how do we find out what their Salah is? What we're going to do is we're going to go to the same chapter. We're going to go to 9:11 and 9:12, and that will explain it to us. So if you go to 9:11, Iron Man, yeah. So 9:11, watch this, yeah. But if they repented and they observed Salah, speaking of the mushriks again, but if they repented and they observed Salah and they gave Zakah, then they are your brethren in deen. By the way, this should also give you an idea of what deen means. Then they are your brethren in deen. And we explain in detail, the verses for a people who know, or the signs for a people who know. And in the next verse, it tells us, and if they violated their oaths, please remember this, if they violated their oaths from after their covenant, and they attacked you in your deen, then fight the leaders of denial. Indeed, listen to this. Indeed, there is no oath for them so that they may refrain. There is no oath for them so that they may refrain. Remember this. There is an oath. There is a treaty between the Muslims and the mushriks, between the believers, shall I say, and the mushriks. There is a treaty. The opposite of them breaking the treaty, and if they broke their oath, see that? The opposite of them breaking their oath is them repenting and upholding the salah. Notice how the two are put side to side to side. So in the first verse you have, if they repented and observed the salah and gave the zakat, then they are your brethren in deen. And we explain in detail the signs for a people who know. And in the very next verse, and if they broke their oaths. You see that? If this or if that. If the first if was if they repent and uphold salah. The second if is if they broke their oaths. So the opposite of them breaking their oath is them aqimus salah. There is no other relation between the mushriks and the believers. Throughout the Quran, they are either fighting or they're establishing this treaty. There is no other relation between them throughout the Quran. 9:11, 9:12, put side by side. Either they repent and uphold the salah, or they break their treaty. So there is a treaty between the the mu'min, and the mushriks. And then I'm going to show you another thing. At the end of 9:12, notice what it says. Indeed, there is no oath for them that they may refrain. Indeed, there is no oath for them that they may refrain. So they're not even trustable. You see that? They're not even trustable. They cannot be trusted to uphold the oath. Don't take my word for it. I'll read for you again. Indeed, they, no oath for them that they may refrain. They do not take their oaths serious as per 9:12. Bear in mind this part, please. Bear in mind that they do not take their oaths serious. Bear that in mind. And with that in mind, go to 8:35. Go to 8:35 with that in mind. That there is no oath for them that they may refrain. With that in mind, we're going to read chapter 8:35. Max is serious. I salute you, Max. You know your stuff. Where were we? Have you taken it to 8:35? Yes. So guys, 8:35, and we're going to read the context after. Actually, let's start with the context. So let's start with 8:34. Check this out. Have they not deserved God's retribution by repelling others from the Masjid al-Haram, even though they are not the custodians thereof? Have they not deserved God's retribution by repelling others from the Masjid al-Haram, even though they are not the custodians thereof? The true custodians thereof are the righteous, but most of them do not know. Remember this, yeah? That's the context. And in that context, it says, their salah, and they put at. The word at is not there. The word inda is with or near. So, and not was their salah with the bait, and not was their salah with the bait. So their salah is associated to something. The only one thing that they had that relates to the believers, as we discussed earlier, is the oath between them and the believers. That is the only thing there is throughout the Quran. There is an oath between them and the believers. So an oath would require something from them. An oath would require something from them. So it says, and not was there salah with the oath. So there is some action of theirs that relates to the oath. Commitment, bravo. You see, their commitment to the oath, or connection to the oath, or their adherence to the oath, or their relation to the oath. You see that? And that can mean on, at, beside, toward, fine. The relation to the oath, their connection to the oath, their commitment to the oath, you name it. Their adherence to the oath is what? Except whistling and clapping. So they took their adherence to the oath, their commitment to the oath, their connection to the oath, their obligation to the oath. They took it as whistling and clapping. Remember what we read earlier. There is no oath for them that they may refrain. Watch the two now. There is no oath for them that they may refrain. They took their obligation to the structure, to the oath, as whistling and clapping. Look at the two now. Look at the two. And look at the context as well. The context was discussing them persecuting believers from Masjid al-Haram, etc., etc. So where are we going to fit prayer or ritual prayer in this context? Where? Or can anyone argue? I mean, why would anyone argue that the pagans had a ritual prayer? Where would they get that from? Where would they get that from? The only thing we can prove from the Quran is that there was an oath between the believers and the mushriks. That's the only thing we can prove. The only thing we can prove that they took in mockery, that they took as whistling and clapping and didn't take serious, is the oath between the believers and God. And we know they didn't take their oath serious between the believers and them, because God told us that there is no oath for them that they may refrain. So we got all of that evidence from the Quran. Where are you getting the contrary from? Where are you getting the opposite from? So I'll leave it to you guys. Can anyone argue that this is some sort of a ritual prayer that the mushriks had being spoken of? Or what is spoken of here is how they took their oath between them and the believers, meaning they didn't take their oath between them and the believers seriously at all. Which one is it? Especially that I've given you 9, 5, 11, 12. I've given you 8:35 to get the context. We can read 8:36. Indeed, those who disbelieve, they spend their wealth that they may hinder people from the way of God. So they will spend it. Then it will be for them sorrow. Then they will be overcome, and those who believe, to hell they will be summoned. So as you can see in this particular context, is there a ritual prayer of the mushriks being spoken of, or is there relationship between them and the believers, which is the oath and their attitude towards the oath being spoken of? What is being spoken of? Their attitude towards the oath, or some sort of a ritual prayer? Brilliant. Imad just killed it. O you who believe, do not take as allies those who have taken your those who have taken your system for mockery and play from among those who have been given the book before you, and the rejectors. So there you go, an example. No ritual. The only thing spoken of here is that these people cannot be trusted. There are people that like to argue Salah is a ritual when there is aqimu with it. So they were scheming, yeah, fine. Yeah, scheming, turning away. Yep. It's an attitude being spoken of. Now, notice another thing that basically disappears, another argument that disappears from the table is the argument of aqimus salah is different, not the other salah, but aqimus salah. When you see aqimus salah, then it's a ritual. That argument is gone too. Because who did the aqimus salah here? The, what's it called? The mushriks. The mushriks themselves did the aqimus salah here. So the aqimus salah argument is gone. You can't argue, oh, when there's aqimu, then we have a ritual. Gone. Do I have anything left here? Do I have anything left here, guys? What have I got left? You guys give me ideas now. What have I got left? I think I'm done with salah, man. What else I need to say? Should I just go to wudu now? Let me just quickly address. It's done, isn't it? Seriously, is it not done? Are we not done? We found two types of salah. By the way, you don't have to translate it specifically like this, but just this is just to give you an idea of the type of salah. So we have one salah who's basically conveying a commitment, and then we have another salah that's conveying a connection. If you would like to choose a different word other than commitment, please go right ahead. If you would like to choose another word other than connection, go right ahead. As long as you understand the point that's being made with these two different salahs is a commitment of some kind and a connection of some kind, the specific words, do with it as you will. Are we done with salah? Can we move on? Does anyone, is there, what should I address? The debate is done, is it not? Seriously. Is it not? I don't understand where the debate is. Moses Salah, 2014. I believe we've done that. Unless you got another verse in mind. We can move on right now. I want to make sure, if seriously, are we done? There's two: commitment and connection. You choose the specific words if you want, but those are the points being made. In fact, duty would cover both. To be honest, I think what Sam did is even more potent, really, because it covers both. You know, the only argument anyone can make is it's not the specific translation, but what's the point of a message? For you to get the point. You know, I think Sam Guerin's got that one spot on, really. Actually, let me just throw in two, like, you know, for fun, just to show them that we don't have an argument and they just need to back off. 692. Just quickly deal with this. So if you can go to 692. Look at this, ladies and gents. I nearly did that again. And this is a scripture. We revealed it. Notice what did it start with? And this is a scripture. We revealed it. One which is blessed, one which confirms that which is before them, and so that you may warn the mother of the cities and those around it, and those who they believe in the hereafter, and they believe in it, and they over their salah keep guard. What was mentioned in the beginning of this verse? Scripture. Ended with what? Over their salah keep guard. Salah, scripture. We're not surprised, but they are. Let's go to 170. And those who hold fast to the scripture and they observe Salah. What a surprise! And those who uphold scripture and they observe Salah. Surprise, surprise again. Consistency, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine that. Imagine that. And they think they can argue with us. Exactly. Always understand verses. Ignore this. Single words is how they intimidate people. That's it. The only card they have. Honestly, these people should not be debated because their idea of a debate is to try and intimidate people with singular words. That's it. It's not a debate. It's just appeal to authority every single time. This word means so. Why? Because I speak Arabic. Okay, but can you prove to me this is what it is? Yeah, but I speak Arabic. Like, for instance, I remember one time one of them asked me to translate a particular word found in chapter 5, verse 2. And he wanted to translate the word as ritual. He doesn't understand that my arguments are never based on singular words. So I said to him, you can make it mean whatever you want as long as you actually prove it from the Quran. He doesn't understand that simply saying a word means something means nothing. And as long as you can't prove from the Quran that the word is actually being used as such. So for instance, if you say this word found in chapter 5 is a ritual, then guess what you're going to have to do? You're going to have to show an actual ritual taking place in the Quran. If you can't show an actual ritual taking place anywhere in the Quran, then you cannot argue that one word actually has something to do with a ritual. Do you see how stupid that is? A word cannot be employed that plays no role. So if you argue that a word is employed, please go ahead and show me what role it plays. That easy. That easy. Intellectually deficient, I'm sorry. What do we have left here? I don't think we have anything left. Okay, we're done with Salah. I'm going to quickly address one thing they mentioned about sujood. So they threw in the word sujood into the Salah. They love to say that there is some sort of sujood in Salah. And this was one of the verses that they used shamelessly. So the verse is chapter 3, 113. Chapter 3, 113. Yeah, Sam has done a lot. Has done a lot, absolutely. Where were we? Yeah, chapter 3, 113. All right, people. They are not all the same. Among the followers of the scripture, there are those who are righteous. They recite God's revelation through the night and they sujood. They recite God's revelation through the night and they sujood. Next verse pretty much explains the sujood, but these people are not that intelligent. They believe in God and the last day. They advocate righteousness and forbid evil, and they hasten to do righteous works. These are the righteous. Now here, the first thing that was done was the word Salah was thrown in there, although the word Salah is nowhere to be found in these verses. They just decided to throw it in there. Shameless. Secondly, there is no command here. No one is being commanded anything, but a group of people are being spoken of. And those group of people are the people of the book, or some among the people of the book. And then we are told what they used to do. So what they used to do is they would recite God's revelation through the night. They would recite God's revelation during the night. I went to word for word. I don't trust these people. During the night. And then they sujood. Actually, not even and then. And they sujood. They recite God's revelation and they sujood. Now the question is, on what grounds can anyone argue that they recite God's revelation and they physically prostrate? Why? Why would anyone argue that? Why? What's the connection between reciting God's revelation and physically prostrating? What's the connection? In fact, just to give you guys an example of why they prostrated or why they did sujood, there is the opposite of this found in 84:21. If you can just quickly go to 84:21, Ayman. And when the Quran is recited to them, they do not sujood. See, when the Quran is recited to them, they do not sujood. So the people we was just speaking of, the people of the book, they did opposite to this. Instead of not doing sujood when the Quran or scripture is recited, those people, they sujood. They actually did the sujood rather than not, as it says in 84:21. And by the way, as it says in 84:21, and when the Quran is recited to them, they do not prostrate, is not an argument anyone will make, including a Sunni or Shia. No one physically prostrates just by hearing the Quran. That's not what people do. In fact, there is no connection between physically prostrating and hearing the Quran. What does physically prostrating mean just because you've heard the Quran? It means nothing. I have to give it a meaning. You see, and for me to give it a meaning, I have to come from a certain background. Without that, it means nothing. Without that, it looks weird. Why did you go on all fours? You see that? However, what they did in 84:21 is they did not submit. Because what is expected of you when the Quran is recited to you? You either submit or you reject. There is no third action. There is nothing third that you could do. You can only submit or reject. There is no third position. There is no third possibility. You accept, you reject. I don't know. Maybe you want to throw in, I'll think about it. Go ahead. I'll be nice. Throw in, I'll think about it. But there is no, what else is there? Accept, reject, I'll think about it. What else is there? So going back to 3113, the people of the scripture, another proof that what they did is submit is actually some guy that I like to watch on YouTube. There's a dude called, I think Max or something his name is, some Scandinavian guy, atheist guy, like atheist through and through. But he likes to recite the Quran during the night. He likes to recite the Quran, live on YouTube and basically give his thoughts about what he's just read. So the reason why they do sujood is basically to be different from him. Because anyone can recite the scripture during the night. Anyone can recite the scripture, i.e. the atheist that I was just telling you about. An atheist recites the scripture damn near every night. He's on YouTube. You see, anyone can recite the scripture. However, what differentiates a believer from anyone who just recites the scripture is the believer submits to that which he's reciting. The believer submits to that which he's reciting. He accepts that which he's reciting. And we have proof of that. Proof of that is what follows the next verse. They believe in God, which means they've accepted what they've read. And the last day, that means they've accepted what they've read. They advocate righteousness and forbid evil. I wonder where they got that from. Did they perhaps get that from what they've read, which they have submitted to and accepted? Is that perhaps where they got it from? And they hasten to do righteous works. I wonder what influenced them to do so. These are the righteous. I rest my case there, don't I? I legit rest my case there, don't I? Don't have to add anything to that, surely. Surely I don't have to add anything to that. Oh, beautiful. What is the matter with them that they do not believe? And when the Quran is read over them, they do not submit. Beautiful. Guys, we need to wrap it up. Work with me. So, do I need to add anything to that? What do I need to add to that? I don't need to add to that, right? I don't have to add. There's literally nothing to add. Okay, there's a verse that I can't find, but perhaps you guys will remind me. There was another verse that he used, or it might have actually been this verse. I think it might have been this verse. I think it might have been this verse. Well, anyways, there was a verse he used where he was talking about prostration or sujood being associated to the night. And he argued, why is there only submitting at night? Is there no submitting any other time? If someone could remind me of that verse, that would be much appreciated. But I can explain to you guys anyway. So that verse is addressing the messenger, and it's addressing a sujood that the messenger does at night, specifically at night. So he argues, what about the other times? Is he not submitting? Blah blah blah. Here's the beauty of the Quran. You guys remember when I read chapter 73 for you guys, and how chapter 73, beginning of it, exclusively commands the messenger or prophet, exclusively commands the messenger to recite the Quran at night. Exclusively commands the messenger to recite the Quran at night. Nowhere in the Quran is he commanded to do anything, let alone reciting the Quran. He's not commanded to do anything, and that command is associated with time. Nowhere in the Quran. The only time the messenger is commanded something, and that command is associated to a particular time, is chapter 73. And that command is that he is to recite the Quran at night. Hence why he is told to submit at night. Because only at night has he been commanded to do anything in specific. Throughout the Quran, he is not commanded to do during the day anything, during the afternoon anything, during dawn anything. You pick it. There is no time where he's commanded to do anything other than at night. Hence why he is told to submit at night. Because what is he doing? He's fulfilling the command. When he fulfills the command, which was at night, what would he have done? He would have submitted at night. So there goes that argument. So now, honestly, the only thing we have left is probably wudu, and then I'm gonna have to wrap it up, gentlemen, ladies and gents. And also remind me of chapter 7:205, because believe it or not, that verse was used to say that it's speaking about a ritual. That is how desperate the people that we are talking about are. I swear to you, that is how desperate they are. They call chapter 7:205 a ritual. That's the level we're dealing with. Unbelievable. So as I was saying, so now we've dealt with both root words of salah, both of them. Good point. Yeah, both of them, guys. Both root words of salah we've dealt with. And we have left it without a shadow of doubt that it is referring to connection and then the subsequent commitment that comes after connection. Connection, commitment. That's what we have found. And again, if you would like to use another term other than connection, provided that it conveys the same message, go right ahead. Another term other than commitment, provided that it conveys the same message and perhaps even more, go right ahead. But it's just to make the point. There is a connection established when the Quran is recited, and there is a commitment expected of the believers once they have submitted to that which they have recited. Recite, submit, commit. Recite and establish connection, submit and commit. Before I just close the argument of salah, is that clear? The only thing we found with salah is establish connection through the not just reading, through the analyzing, through the analyzing of what God has sent us, the scripture, to establish connection that way. And then after establishing connection, do we submit to the connection that we have just established, and do we thereby commit? Does anyone have an argument against that? Notice we've dealt with 2 salats and sujood. Gone. 2 salats and sujood. Gone. See, the entire argument, there's 3 salats in the Quran. You read it, and then you do a physical prostration. Have we not made it crystal clear, evident, without a shadow of doubt, that that cannot be the case? I don't mean for this to be an argument. I mean for this to be finished. End of. Done. Just send them to this video. Anyone that dares to argue about salah again, at least as it pertains to the Quran. Salah as it pertains to the Sunnah is none of my business. But is this not crystal clear? Like, what did we leave? I agree. Even if we render as commitment everywhere, it will work. I wonder from all of you, is it conclusive or not? Like, is it done? Like, done. Is there any room for asserting we believe in the Quran alone, and yet there is this ritual called salah? Can anyone make that argument? Is it possible to claim you follow the Quran alone and argue that there is a ritual called salah? Is that possible? Like even the slightest of possibility. Can we even give it 1%? Furthermore, 0.00000 to forever 1. Do we even have the slightest of chance? We don't have the slightest of chance here, do we? Look at that. After everything we displayed, after everything we showed, all the evidence we've showed, without any ambiguity, without adding anything, without taking away anything, look at the people commenting. Like, how is that even feasible? Please look at the Nara power. How is it even possible for someone to make that argument? The dumbest argument I've ever heard of in my life. I think we're done with Salah. We're done with sujood. Is there a sujood? Is there a prostration? Is there? Is there any physical act associated with Salah? This is silly. If you want rituals, please follow the Sunnah. If you can't get over the rituals, if you can't fathom God not requiring any rituals, please stop making things up. Go and follow the Sunnah. Following the Sunnah is way better and a way better argument than this nonsensical making things up, grabbing verses left, right, and center throughout the Quran out of context and just associating them randomly and just basically saying and then just resting your argument on trust me, I speak Arabic. Your entire argument is trust me, I speak Arabic. It's impossible. Okay, guys, I'm gonna touch on wudu, and then that will have to do for tonight, man. Damn, you lot had me waffling for 4 hours. Oh my god, nearly 5 hours by myself. Subhanallah, that is insane. That's insane. But after tonight, though, seriously, you see the amount of effort I put in for you lot. After tonight, though, nobody, nobody should be able to say around you that there are rituals in the Quran. No one should be able to say that around you. Because if someone is able to say that around you, they don't respect your intellect. They do not respect your intellect. They don't respect your loyalty to God. They don't respect God clearly. They don't respect the whoever else they're speaking to. They're taking the piss. 38:24. They're taking the piss. Oh, we can address that, no problem. They're taking the piss, you see. No one should be able to utter. There are rituals, salah. I'll address the others another time. Siyam and all the others. But no one should be able to say that around you. Because if they do, I'm telling you, obviously they don't respect God, but they don't respect you. Like, how does someone think they can say anything around you? Like blatant lies around you. Enter the gate prostrated. They don't even argue that one, bro. They just pick and choose. They want the world subjugated under we speak Arabic, listen to us. That's their entire argument. There ain't no one gonna be subjugated to them. Okay, I'm gonna address 38:24, and then I'm gonna address wudu, and then we're gonna have to call it a night, for crying out loud. Nearly 5 hours. My lord, you lot owe me. um. Okay, so 38:24. He said, certainly, he wronged you by asking your sheep to be his, by asking your sheep to his sheep. And indeed, many of the combiners certainly oppresses some of them over some others, except those who believed and they did righteous deeds. And few that they are, and few are they. And thought David that only we tested him. Okay, to end this argument, we're going to put this to the test. We're literally going to put this to the test to prove it to you guys that there is no argument that can be used, that can be brought forth using this particular verse. Pay attention to this. So what's the first thing that David does? The first thing that David does is, so he asked forgiveness of his Lord. He asked forgiveness of his Lord. That's the first thing he does. In case someone would like to argue, they've made me so sharp with their petty arguments. They'll make an argument about anything, so they've made me too sharp. So let me catch that now. It is the first thing he does because it says, fastaghfir, fastaghfir. So, you see, so ask forgiveness to his Lord. So it's the first thing he did. Because David thought that he was being tested, so he asked forgiveness of his Lord. So it's the first thing he did. After that, so he asked forgiveness of his Lord, and he fell raki'an wa anaba. So he asked forgiveness of his Lord, and he fell raki'an wa anaba. Now, if raki'an here is him making a physical act, let's say him bowing or him kneeling, as they like to say, if that is the case, then it would have to come before asking for forgiveness. Don't take my word for it. You try it. You ask for forgiveness standing up and then get on your knees. If you've already asked for forgiveness standing up, what are you getting on your knees for? In fact, I'll put it to you. Do you get on your knees and ask for forgiveness? Or do you ask for forgiveness, then get on your knees? How does it work? If we're talking about a physical act, a kinetic movement, and you're asking for forgiveness, which comes first? Does the asking for forgiveness come first before getting on your knees? Or does getting on your knees come before asking for forgiveness? If a physical act is being discussed, that is. Which comes first, ladies and gents? Why don't you guys give it a try? Stand up, ask for forgiveness, then go on your knees. Or get on your knees and ask for forgiveness. Then tell me which is what people do. So Doug says going to your knees would come first. Yes. Does anyone ask for forgiveness standing up and then get on their knees? Does that ever happen? Is that how it works? It's not how it works. If you're going to go on your knees, you get on your knees, then you ask for forgiveness. You don't ask for forgiveness standing up with your chest all puffed up and then get on your knees. That's not how it works. But we'll make it even worse. We'll make it even worse. Now imagine this. Now imagine that you ask for forgiveness standing up, and then you get on your knees physically. So asking for forgiveness had nothing to do, there was no physical action with that. It was just you asked for forgiveness. You see? So there's no physical act with asking for forgiveness. And then all of a sudden you decide to do a physical act by getting on your knees. Now look at what follows. Wa'anaba, and turn to God. Now, is turning to God a physical act? Is there a way to turn to God? Could you guys tell me, like, what is the next physical action you would do after getting on your knees to turn to God? What is that other physical action? Unless turning to God has a physical action, then why is it that you're squeezing in a physical action between asking for forgiveness and turning to God? Why insert a physical action in between the two? Why would there be a physical action between the two? Can someone give me grounds to say, stand up, ask for forgiveness, nothing physical required there. Get on your knees, something physical required there. Turn to God, nothing physical required there. Can someone justify that for me? Or I can give you the alternative. You I can give you the alternative. He asked for forgiveness standing up. He humbled himself and turned to God. He asked for forgiveness, humbled himself and turned to God. Or he asked for forgiveness, got on his knees and turned to God. Which one is it? I can tell you this. After asking for forgiveness, you would have to humble yourself. You see, you would have to change your ways after asking for forgiveness. If humility doesn't follow asking for forgiveness, then you asking for forgiveness wasn't even real. It wasn't genuine. So, in order for you asking for forgiveness to be genuine, you would have to humble yourself from there on out. You see, you'd have to change your ways. And by humbling yourself, or as well as humbling yourself, you would turn to God. Because if you don't turn to God, then your repentance is not real. You see, if you don't humble yourself, you cannot turn to God. So notice how the three need each other. You see, in order for you to turn to God, you would have to humble yourself. You see, in order for you to be humble, in order for you to humble yourself, you would have to ask for forgiveness for the misdeeds that you have done. You see that? You repent, you humble yourself, and you turn to God. Turning to God here is that you commit to God. You see? So please, can someone tell me how you're going to fit in kneeling in this? How are you going to fit in kneeling? Yes, give up what you asked forgiveness for, which is humble yourself. Precisely. How are you going to fit in kneeling here? What's kneeling even got to do with this? Being humble precedes asking for forgiveness. Absolutely. And turning to God precedes humbling oneself. See that? So again, humility is to admit fault, then repentance comes. Correct. But you would also humble yourself there on out as well. We can go with do everything's clear. I agree. Does anyone have an issue? Is anyone going to fit in physical bowing here? Unless anyone's going to fit in physical bowing here, I'm just going to move on to wudu and call it a night. Bloody hell, 5 hours enough. What about those who don't have knees? Oh, good point. How are they going to knee? Exactly. Nothing to do with what? Yeah, what about disabled people? How are they going to bow? Nothing to do with physicality here. So I could just move on to wudu, right? So before I move on to wudu, you guys have been with me throughout the show, right? Like there's been no stone left unturned. If anyone tries to argue, what's it called? Rituals following the Quran alone, please, unless you want this position to be what's the word I'm looking for? I'm running out of words now. What the hell? Where's the word gone? Yeah, unless you want the position not to be taken serious. Unless you want the position not to come into disrepute. And it's already happening. The position is coming into disrepute because the people making these arguments are constantly being challenged. And when people see that they can't actually back up their arguments, they question the entire position. The entire position of following the Quran alone becomes unfeasible. You see, I even saw on one of the comments of their videos, one individual saying, "You know what? This is all too confusing. I'm gonna try Buddhism." Do you see that? This is all too confusing. I'm gonna try Buddhism. This is the type of stuff this causes. And furthermore, Sunnism is absolutely the way forward when people attempt these kind of things. Because let's remember how Sunnism came about. Let's remember how Ahl al-Hadith came about. Ahl al-Hadith came about, or the people of Hadith came about, because before them, the norm was the people of opinion. You see? So they would have random opinions. And basically they would try and govern their society. Although they're only the only thing they agree on is the deen. So although the only thing they agree on is the deen and they claim to govern their society using the deen, they're actually bringing many of their own opinions. Although they say their opinions are based on the Quran, it's their opinions nonetheless. So because people noticed that it was their opinions, it was easy to dismiss them. Who are they? It's just their opinions. It was easy to dismiss them. And what made it even easier to dismiss them is what was brought forth as a replacement to that. And that is, hey, why do we need these people's random opinions when we have the words of the messenger? You see, we have the explanations of the messenger as explained to us by the companions. You can't beat that argument. That argument will beat semi-Sunnis any given day. Any day they will be beat. Because at least their argument is based on something. Semi-Sunnism is based on what? Besides Sunni phobia, besides constantly going on about Sunnis, calling Sunnis everything under the sun, what is it based on? Sunni phobia, nothing else. It wasn't 5 salats. They made up 5 salats. It was actually 3. So they went out of their way to add 2 rituals. How ridiculous is that? More stones in Buddhism. You know what I'm saying? So where was I? So yeah, it brings the position into disrepute the people that see what's it called again, the claims that they make, and they can clearly see they're not providing any evidence whatsoever. The only thing they're relying on is appeal to authority, which is a really dumb thing to rely on in this particular space. We don't depend on we don't entertain authorities in this space. This space follows the Quran alone, for crying out loud. We have dismissed people who claim to have 1400 years worth of authority. People who claim to have authority directly from the Prophet. People who claim to have um, knowledge of the companions, etc., etc. People who claim to be scholars. People who are native Arab speakers. We've dismissed all of that. What chance do you have? What chance do you have to just come along and talk about, hey, I follow the Quran alone. By the way, I speak Arabic. Shut up. All of you have to listen to me. What chance do you have? Appealing to majority. All right. What chance do you have? You're in the wrong space. Should have never called yourself Quran alone. Every time I look at your comments, all I see is people just constantly checking you guys. Constantly. What are you talking about? Where's your proof? What about this? What about that? Can you prove it to me? You can't answer anything. They're constantly asking you questions. You can't prove nothing. All you're doing is bringing the position into disrepute. Sunnis can never take you serious. The people who follow the Quran alone are well informed about what's actually in the Quran and what's not. They can never take you serious. Who's taking you serious? These people say, learn from people chosen by God. Yeah, they even say stuff like that. I even hear stuff like, I'm talented. I'm chosen by God. You know, all this self-aggrandizing nonsense. The same old, you know what the funny thing is? Honestly, semi-Sunnism could not fit them any better. Every single attitude of theirs is Sunni. Every single attitude is theirs. Trying to intimidate people with Arabic, Sunni. Constantly insulting people, Sunni. Blocking people, Sunni. Should I continue? Having sermons, khutbas, Sunni. What's it called again? Um, Referencing people of the book or other religions and what they do, Sunni. Appealing to passionates, like deeply held passions, such as you don't want to prostrate to God. You don't want to prostrate to God. What makes you think you putting your head down means anything to God? What makes you think so? What, just because you grew up that way? Just because you grew up in a culture where they associate a certain meaning to people putting their head down on the ground, you think it automatically has a meaning? You think there's an objective meaning to someone putting their head down on the ground? You think there's an objective meaning to that? How is there an objective meaning to that? There's one objective meaning to that, and that is you put your head down on the ground. You've objectively put your head down on the ground. That's it. Oh yeah, labeling people mushriks, labeling people kafir. Actually, there is one thing I need to address. There is a particular comment of mine where I was talking to someone and they decided to copy that and basically display that to their audience, etc., etc. Unfortunately, their audience don't understand something called hyperbole. I'm sure you lot understand what hyperbole is. In fact, if you read that comment of mine and the chat that I was having with the other individual, it's crystal clear that I'm simply using hyperbole. It's not ambiguous, but unfortunately, they're not the most educated of people. I respect that. I respect that. You don't have to agree with me at all, as long as you understand the argument. My only aim is that people understand the argument. What you do afterwards is up to you. None of my business. Completely none of my business. They do need to be educated heavily. I've never seen people so ignorant in my life. Yes, you're absolutely correct. Which is why I haven't said a name, by the way. In all of my videos, I have not mentioned a name once, just to show you guys the difference in class. Um, where were we? What have I got left? Man, I gave you guys 5 hours, man. Boy, you owe me. What have I got left? Oh yeah, I have to address chapter 7205 before I forget. I'm gonna quickly address 7205, and then we go to wudu, and then we're gonna have to call it a night, ladies and gents. Okay, so 7205. Imagine they call this a ritual. Guys, seriously, imagine this was called a ritual. Like the level of desperateness that we're dealing with. Imagine this was called a ritual. And remember your Lord in yourself, loudly and in fear and without public utterance of words, in the mornings and in the evenings, and do not be among the heedless. Imagine someone called that a ritual. An audience of like over 100 people listening, and he called it a ritual. Look at this verse. Please tell me what who would do that? Who would read that and argue it's a ritual? Who would do that? No, Doug, I know it's self-explanatory, but imagine arguing that there's a ritual going on here. Imagine that. Yeah, apparently inner reflection is a ritual within yourself. Yep. They still didn't care. They still decided to argue that this is a ritual. Just to show you guys how desperate is this really. Remembering God is somehow a ritual now. Yep, Maximilian. It's a ritual. Apparently. 100 people were watching. And nothing stopped them. There was no part of them that went, you know what, you're taking things too far there. You're taking it too far. Don't insult the intelligence of your audience. Yep, being mindful of your connection with God is a ritual now. That's how bad it is. Please don't tell me that there is a debate to be had ever again with these people. Last one. We're not going to start with 5-6. We're going to start with 443 because I want to show you guys something. So 443. All those who believed, do not approach Salah. Please listen. All those who believed, do not approach Salah while you are intoxicated. So do not approach Salah while you are intoxicated. Being intoxicated is a mental issue. We agree on that, right? So do not approach Salah while you have this mental condition. Until you know what you say. So the reason you don't know what you are saying is because you are intoxicated. So do not approach Salah until you know what you say because you are intoxicated. We're still talking about mental. And then it goes on to say, Wala junuba. And here they decided to put, and not unclean. How did we go from a mental issue to talking about physical uncleanliness? How did we go from a mental issue to talking about a physical cleanliness? But we're going to prove that this has nothing to do with physical cleanliness because of look at what it says. Except when passing through the road until you have bathed. Except when passing through the road until you have bathed. Takslu, until you have washed or bathed, whichever. Now the first thing is wala junuba. Junuba here they translate it as unclean. The word junuba you can look throughout the Quran is to do with being to the side of something. It's also where the word avoid comes from, because when you avoid something, you are to the side of it, meaning you are missing the target. So the word junuba is to do with being to the side of something. Never, never, ever, ever have anything to do with being unclean. The only reason they translated it as unclean is to correspond with the hadiths, with the sunnah. It has nothing to do with the linguistic meaning of the word junuba. Even if you look it up, how they conclude the word, how they conclude that it has something to do with being unclean, you will find something along the lines of because people will avoid you. You're unclean. Because people are avoiding you, it must mean that you're unclean. That's how far they're willing to go to make any kind of nonsense argument. So the word is to do with being to the side of something. Namely, when you are intoxicated and you do not know what you say, it is because you are distracted. Do not approach Salah while you are intoxicated until you know what you say and not distracted. Why do you not know what you are saying? Because you're distracted. Why are you distracted? Because you're intoxicated. Nothing to do with physical uncleanliness here. Except while passing through the road. I mean, you can't be dirty and be passing through the road. I don't know why anyone would suggest that, except as though God is saying it's acceptable for you to be dirty if you're just passing through the road. You can be dirty and pass through the road. That's acceptable. That's not what God is saying. What he is saying is what he's been discussing. Namely, if you are intoxicated, you don't know what you say, and you are distracted, then you can't approach Salah except if you're passing through the road. So if you're passing through the road and you're intoxicated, you don't know what you say because you're distracted, then you're not bothering anyone. If you're just passing through the road, you're not bothering anyone. If you're unclean, obviously you're bothering people. You're not bothering anyone. And there's something you must achieve in order for you to approach Salah. And what is that thing you must achieve? Except when passing through the road, hatta taghsilu, until you have done ghusl. Until you have done ghusl. So ghusl here cannot have anything to do with physical washing, because there is no amount of physical washing that will allow you to know what you're saying. There is no amount of physical washing that will remove the distraction. There is no amount of physical washing that will remove the intoxication. So hatta taghsilu here can have nothing to do with physicality, because the issue you have is a mental issue. You see? Bear with me 1 second. I'm gonna continue talking, but I'm gonna have to go off the camera for 1 second. Where was I? It's not even working. It's long. Yeah. 1 second. Can you guys hear me? You can still hear me, right? Forget the camera. Right. Where was I? Yeah, do not approach Salah while you are intoxicated until you know what you say and not distracted, except passing through the road. Yeah, thank you. Except passing through the road until you have taghsilu. So this ghusl here can have nothing to do with physicality. You have a mental problem. This ghusl is to sort out your mental condition. That's what this ghusl is for. So what that proves to you is that ghusl has nothing to do with a physical washing. Note that down. That ghusl has nothing to do with physical washing. As you guys can see here, is to do with mental cleansing, mental purification, so that you're not intoxicated, so that you know what you're saying, and you're not distracted. So mental purification. And then it goes on. By the way, before I move on, is that clear that it's speaking about mental purification, not a physical purification? You're intoxicated, you don't know what you say because you're distracted. Be distracted as much as you want. If you're just passing through the road, you can be distracted. See that? Cognitive purification. Thank you very much. And then it goes on to say, and if you are ill or on a journey, this part I need you guys to pay attention. If you are ill or on a journey, look at what's being compared, and you have to find a connection with these things that are being related to each other. The things related to each other are, if you are ill or on a journey, or one of you have come from a sunken place, or you've had contact with the setback, nisa, those who have experienced a setback. So what is the connection between those four? Ill, on a journey, come from a sunken place, and contact with the setback. What is the connection? Let's start with the physical stuff. Let's say physical illness, journey, coming from a sunken place, and having had physical contact with the setback. What is the relation? What is the relation? I would personally argue, I don't see how physicality could fit any of this stuff here. I would argue this is referring to spiritual sickness, spiritual journey. I would argue that even coming from a sunken place is to do with spirituality, and having had contact with the setback is also to do with spirituality. For instance, if you've had contact, and I'm sure some of some of them are listening right now. If you've had contact with those who argue that there are three ritual prayers in the Quran, you've had contact with the setback. You've had contact with people who are set back intellectually. They are set back intellectually, they are set back in terms of education, and they are set back in terms of their knowledge pertaining to the Quran. So I would argue all four are mental conditions, spiritual conditions. If anyone would like to argue that these four could perhaps speak of physical conditions, please help me, because I struggle. How do we fit in? How do we make this physical? What is the relation between being on a journey and being sick? And add to that, coming from a sunken place. Let's start with those three. What is the relation between coming from a sunken place, being sick, and being on a journey? Physically speaking, what is the relation between the three? Guys, ignore them, please. It's pointless. Tell me, what is the relation between the three? Or even the four? Unless someone can give me the relation between the four, I'll take it as we're all in agreement that it's not referring to physicality. Are we all in agreement? Does anyone see does anyone see an argument that could be made to say that it's referring to something physical? It's about mindset. I agree. I think it's to do with mindset, but I want to give them a chance because, you know, I don't want to dictate to anyone. Focus and psyche, absolutely. We can probably move on, right? I cannot believe how long I've been doing this. We're all in agreement, right? Mental. That's a very good point. That's one of the reasons why I had to um, basically go back into it and really study it properly. Because if we argue that Nisa here having contact with women, if we argue that that's what it says, then the verse is only addressing men. You see that? And that would be absurd. Why would the verse only be addressing men? It'd be absurd. So I think it's safe to say we're all in agreement. This has nothing to do with physical. Are we in agreement? I don't want to just move on if there is arguments that people can make. Maximilian, from what I heard, the word ghaid is to do with a sunken place of which people used to go and, you know, um, do their ones and twos in. So it's not that the word itself is to do with, ones or twos, but it's the word is used with where people did their ones and twos. That's the argument that I heard. And in any sense anyway, when I read the verse, for the life of me, I don't see how anyone could argue that it has anything to do with physical anything. As in a latrine, yes. It's like my friend Renegade said, coming from a sunken place is another way of saying that the individual has come from a state of depression. Because when someone comes from a state of depression, they have come from a sunken place. Personally, I'm of that view. We can move on, I believe. So if you've had any of these conditions, place of low spirit, brilliant, brilliant, brilliant translation. So if we have any of these conditions, we are given a prescription. So this prescription must be something that aids our ailments. This prescription must be something that aids the ailments that we were just discussing, namely sick journey, come from a sunken place, and having had contact with those who are set back. So what are we prescribed to resolve those issues? Actually, before we're prescribed anything to resolve those issues, there's something else we're told here. فَلَمْ تَجِدُوا مَاءً. This is very interesting. Then, falam is not and. Falam is then not or so not. You see? So not. So, which means, wow. Which means it's connected to what was just discussed. So not you find water. Now, here's the question. What is this water that you could possibly be looking for if you are sick, on a journey, come from a sunken place, or you've had contact with those who are set back? What is this water that you could possibly be looking for if you've had those four issues? Because it says, so not you find water, which means you were looking for water. So what is this water possibly speaking of in this context? Is it literal water? Is it divine guidance, brilliant, relief? You know what water represents? In a nutshell, is it what water represents, such as life, or is it actual water being spoken of here? Is it what water represents, or is it actual water in this context? Divine guidance, rain, brilliant. So is what water represents, or is it water? Quickly. I'm not dictating to anyone. Knowledge, brilliant. Brilliant. So we're all in agreement that it's about what water represents rather than actual water in this context. You don't need Arabic for that, do we? We don't need Arabic. We don't need Spanish. We don't need gibberish to understand how water is used in a specific context, do we? We don't. We can move on. So if we don't find this relief, this purification, we are to do this. Watch this. فَتَيَمَّمُوا سَعِيدًا طَيِّبًا. فَتَيَمَّمُوا سَعِيدًا طَيِّبًا. So fa is just so. So if you don't find water, you are to do this. So tayammamu. Tayammamu, it's in the Quran, so we don't need to argue with anyone about the meaning of it. If you go to chapter 2, 267, chapter 2, 267, what's this? Iron Man, if you're there, thank you, my brother. Chapter 2, 267, look at this. O you who believed, spend from the good things that you earned and from what we produced for you from the earth. And do not tayammamu the bad. And do not tayammamu the bad from it and give what not you would ever take. Do not tayammamu the bad from it. See that? And as you can see in this verse, in all of the translation, tayammamu is to aim, target, purpose, intention, like our friend Doug already put in the chat. So fatayammamu is the same word. The only thing that's been added is the preposition so. So aim or so target. You see that? So aim what or so target what? Sa'idan tayyiban. So target clean sa'idan. Sa'idan throughout the Quran. Sa'idan, let me go there. Sa'idan throughout the Quran is to do with climbing up, ascending, increasing, etc. Is to do with elevation. Sa'ada is to do with elevation, ascension, etc. So if you don't find this relief, you are to turn towards the clean elevation. If you don't find relief, if you've had the 4 problems mentioned earlier and you did not find relief, then, my friend, you need to turn towards the clean elevation. What is that clean elevation, I wonder? And then it tells you what to do with the clean elevation. Look at what it says. Turn towards the clean elevation. So masah biwujuhikum. So once you've turned towards the clean elevation, do this masah with wujuhikum. Do the masah with wujuhikum. Using what? Using the clean elevation that you have targeted. You see? So now the question becomes, now we're going to try every single scenario, and then we can remove what is impossible, so that we're left with what is not only possible but necessary. So can you wipe with your face? Can you wipe with your physical face, ladies and gentlemen? And by the way, it says with your face, bi wujuhikum, which is a word that they love to ignore because they don't know how to deal with it. The Sunnis love to ignore that. The semi-Sunnis love to ignore that. It's bi wujuhikum, with wujuhikum. But they hate it because they don't know. There's no trick they can pull to salvage that whatsoever. Can you wipe with your face? Can you wipe with your face? Let's just remove the physicality of the face ASAP. Can you wipe with your face, your actual face? Can you wipe with it? Can you use your face like a piece of cloth and wipe a table with it? Can you do that? No, you can't. Now, We're going to try the other possibility. So if not wipe, let's say anoint, because Isa Masih is Jesus the anointed one. So let's try that one. Can you anoint with your physical face? Can you anoint with your physical face? With, meaning using your face, can you anoint with it? You cannot anoint with your physical face. So you can neither wipe with your physical face, nor can you anoint with your physical face, which means actual face goes out the window. This can have absolutely nothing to do with your actual face. Do we agree that we've just proven without a shadow of doubt this can have nothing to do with your actual face? Because you can neither wipe with your face, nor can you anoint with your face. So actual face is an impossibility. Or let's say, in case they try the mystical magical Arabic, and let's say instead of with, let's say they use the word in. Okay, can you wipe in your face, and can you anoint in your face? Can you do that? You can neither wipe with your face, nor in your face, nor can you anoint with your face, nor can you anoint in your face. None of that is going to work. So the actual face, it's impossible. It can't be talking about that. Do we agree? That it cannot possibly be talking about actual face. Before I move on, do we agree, guys? And by the way, if it's not talking about your actual face, then it's not talking about your actual hands either. So that one can just follow. Oh shit, which means the entire verse is finished. If it's not talking about your actual face, then it can't be talking about your actual hand, and then the verse is finished. Inna Allah kana afuwan ghafur. Indeed, God is pardoner, forgiving, forgiver. So physical face is out of the question. Actual face is out of the question. Are you guys there? The comments kind of went quiet. Can you hear me? What is this? Our old internet? Okay. So do you guys agree with me that physical, like actual face, is out of the question? We can move on. All right. Which means we're done with this entire verse. If we all agree that no argument can be made to say that it's referring to your actual face, then this verse is done. And we can move on to 5-6. Now, the alternative to what face and hand could also mean, you don't need me for that. I'm sure you guys already know. There's plenty of places in the Quran where wujuh means to direct one's devotion throughout the Quran. And there's plenty of places in the Quran where AD or hand is referring to one's actions and etc. etc. Such as one's, what one gives aid to, etc. etc. Personality, whole being, absolutely. So there you go. That verse is gone. We're left with one. Oh, but by the way, before we go to 5-6, just to kill off that argument, We're going to read the verse before and the verse after to show nothing supports the idea of anything physical here. 442. On that day, those who disbelieved and disobeyed the messenger will wish that they were level with the ground. Not a single utterance will they be able to hide from God. And then comes the verse that we just read. And then the verse after. Have you noted those who received a portion of the scripture and how they chose to stray and wish that you stray from the path? Nothing in this context, including the verse that we were just reading, could suggest that it has anything to do with a physical washing or a physical washing done in some ritualistic way. Nothing could suggest that. So we're done with that. Now we can go to 5.6. 5.6. O you who believed, when you stand for the salah, then فَاغْسِلُوا وُجُوهَكُمْ وَأَيْدِيَكُمْ. Now we've already read ghusl in the verse before, and it had only to do with internal washing or internal purification. So we have no grounds to suggest that this ghusl here has anything to do with physical washing. Nothing to suggest so. وُجُوهَكُمْ وَأَيْدِيَكُمْ. Since we have nothing to suggest that ghusl here is anything to do with physical washing, we have nothing to suggest that wujuhakum and wa'aydiyakum, which we was just reading in the verse before, has anything to do with actual face and actual hand. Ilal marafiq. Again, marafiq throughout the Quran is to do with company, ease, and resting place. So since the word is to do with company, ease, and resting place throughout the Quran, we have nothing to suggest that this has anything to do with an elbow. And then we have what we were just reading. وَامْسَحُوا بِرُؤُوسَكُمْ وَأَرْجُلَكُمْ إِلَى الْكَعْبَيْنِ. We've already dealt with وَامْسَحُوا. Now instead of بِوُجُوهَكُمْ, we have بِرُؤُوسِكُمْ, with your head, which means the same argument applies. Is it physical head, or is it referring to your head as in your mind and what it contains? Can you do something with your mind and what your mind contains? Can you do something with that, or can you do something with your physical head besides a headbutt? That is, you can headbutt with your head. I don't know what else you could do with your physical head. So it's the same argument that applies here. Same argument that applies to وَأَرْجُلَكُمْ إِلَى الْكَعْبَيْنِ. Ka'bayn is to do with something that protrudes. Something that protrudes, something that stands out, something that is prominent. Something that protrudes, something that stands out, something that is prominent. It is associated with the ankle because the ankle protrudes, it stands out, and it is prominent when looking at your feet. You see? So nothing to suggest physicality. And now we have the same thing again. And if you are, oh, now watch this again. They put unclean again. And if you are unclean, Junaban, or is it if you are distracted? Remember, if you are distracted, what do you need to do? Fataharu. You need to cleanse yourself, purify yourself. You choose what word you want. Because you are distracted, you need to sort that out. You see? Biru'usakum, leader, chief. Anything besides head. And then what do we have here? And then we have, and if you are ill or on a journey, same thing again, or came from a sunken place, or you've had contact with the setback and not you find water, same thing. فَتَيَمَّمُوا سَعِيدًا طَيِّبًا, same thing. فَامْسَحُوا بِوُجُوهَكُمْ وَأَيْدِيَكُمْ, same thing, except now something has been added for us to end the argument. The thing that's been added for us to end the argument is min who, or in other words, from it. The it here is referring to sa'idan tayyiban. فَتَيَمَّمُوا سَعِيدًا طَيِّبًا فَامْسَحُوا بِوُجُوهَكُمْ وَأَيْدِيَكُمْ مِنْهُ, from it. So from the clean elevation, you are to famsahu biwujuhakum and wi'aydiyakum. From it, minhu. And by the way, minhu, they obviously didn't want you to know that it's from it, and then from it you would take it back to Sa'id and Tayyiban, because there is nothing else to take it back to. In the translation, they put with it. Minhu, they translate it as with it. Now, with it would be bihi, not minhu. Minhu, min is from. Who is it or him? You see that? From it. So the it here going back to Sa'id and Tayyiban, of course. And then the rest is all done. God does not intend that he makes for you any difficulty, but he intends to purify you, and so that he may complete his blessings upon you, and so that you may be appreciative. You see? And so that you may be appreciative. The ghusl is clearly symbolic. Max the man. You see that? So now we have no grounds reading this verse to associate any physicality with this verse. We need grounds. You can't just assert things. You have to have grounds for your assertions. Now, in order for us to see if we can get grounds for those assertions, what we're going to do is we're going to read the verse before, the verse after, read the context, and see if the context entertains the possibility of a physical washing of any kind. So the verse before says, "Today, all good food is made lawful for you. The food of the people of the scripture is lawful for you. Also, you may marry the chaste women among the believers, as well as the chaste women among the followers of the previous scripture, provided you pay them their due dowries. You shall maintain chastity, not committing adultery, nor taking secret lovers. Anyone who rejects faith, all his work will be in vain, and in the hereafter he will be with the losers." So there is laws being conveyed in this verse. And then we're going to read the verse after 5:6. "Remember God's blessings upon you and his covenant that he covenanted with you. You said, 'We hear and we obey.' You shall observe God. God is fully aware of the innermost thoughts." And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the context of chapter 5, verse 6. In fact, in case anyone thinks that I selected verses to read, I could have read the entire chapter, the beginning of the entire chapter, from the beginning of the chapter, all the way to, I don't know, the 20th verse, if you wish. But my point will not change. It's speaking about laws. And in the middle of speaking about laws, people want to insert this idea of a ritual washing of some kind. Do I have anything left, ladies and gentlemen? Do I have anything left? I dedicated damn near 6 hours for all of you so that you could never be intimidated with this mystical, magical Arabic nonsense. That was my goal tonight, to completely end that argument. And please, if there is any stone that I've left unturned, please tell me. if there's anything that I've added, if I've added a single preposition, if I've taken away anything, if I've dictated anything, please tell me now. Please tell me now if I've dictated anything or if there was anything left. Is there anything left to discuss? Will you guys allow anyone to intimidate you with mystical, magical Arabic again? Will you allow that? Will you allow the idea that there are people who believe in the Quran alone and yet conclude that there is such a thing as a ritual salah? Could you entertain that for a moment? So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, I think this argument is done. Absolutely ridiculous. Damn, near 6 hours. But like I said, this argument is done. No more mystical, magical Arabic. No more, oh, this root word, that root word. No more of that nonsense. And seriously, people have already tried to distort the message that God has sent us by adding all kinds of you know what. You know that they've already tried to distort the message by doing that. Don't allow people to distort the Quran now, or to attempt to distort the message of the Quran by basically asserting anything they wish with the Quran, when all of you lot know that they are blatantly lying. Don't have it. And no one needs to learn Arabic, man. Seriously. I mean, unless you have clients, you know, that only speak Arabic and your business really depends on that, you don't need Arabic to learn the Quran. It's only a few words that they have mistranslated. They couldn't afford to mistranslate the entirety of the Quran. If they mistranslated the entirety of the Quran, no one would be convinced by the Quran. So please, seriously, do not tolerate anyone that attempts to intentionally distort the message of God. And anyone that argues that there are rituals in the Quran or Salah has anything to do with rituals, they are intentionally distorting the message of the Quran. Don't have it. All right, gents, ladies and gents, I'm done. I've never spoken so much in my life. I hope you guys appreciated it. And don't let me catch you guys entertaining anyone telling you guys whatever they like again. Peace. Wait, let me get the cam. Oh, there's the cam. I was wondering where it went. Peace, people. I appreciate you guys were, committed and watching the entirety of the stream. I really appreciate that. But what's important is that you guys convey the message, convey the message for all that care, to all that care, to all that want to know what the message really is. And as for those suffering from PSD and they can't help the PSD they're suffering from, and they can't help but create a Sunni 2.0, please stop claiming that you follow only the Quran. Not for us. Just don't lie about the words of God. If you truly believe that the Quran is the word of God, don't lie about the word of God. That's all. Iron Man, please, man. I've been waffling forever. Please say your piece to the audience before we say our goodbyes.
Peace and blessings. Can you guys hear me? No, you
Yeah,
can't.
we hear you very well.
Oh, you can. Great. Anyway, that was a great presentation. I hope it finalizes everything. And one thing I'd like to say, yeah, anyone who's preventing the Quranic Salah, yeah, you can find your answer in chapter 96, verse 9, all the way to the end. Yeah, because these people, they're not going to be promoting righteousness, are they? They are promoting rituals, and there's a problem with that. Anyway, thank you for joining us. Hope to see you again. Peace and blessings.
Yeah, again, thanks for joining us. And like God said, you guys are the best community established for mankind. Don't forget that. Peace. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Before I forget, I need to quickly just say this. The reason people associate rituals with the Quran is because they want to create a brand. They want to create a brand using the Quran. It's an attempt to it's a branding attempt, nothing else. Because as you guys can clearly see from the Quran, this is a universal message. It's not only is a universal message, it's a universal message that the majority of the world already practice. Hence why it's called a reminder. This is already internally inbuilt in us. So majority of the world already practice this. Hence why the only people that go against the Quran are A, people that associate to God, B, criminals, and C, ingrates. That's it, our fitra, spot on, our fitra. So there's only three kinds of people that go against the Quran. Idolaters, people that associate whatever they idolize to God Almighty Himself, criminals, and ingrates. That's it. If you do not belong in those three, you are already following the Quran. And that's what these people don't like. They want to create a random us and them using the Quran. So I just want to add that. You can easily spot when someone is trying to um, create a brand using the Quran. So be very vigilant. Anyways, I waffle too much. Peace out, people. Peace.